It's easy to get lost in yesterday, to bring back all these things. I know you love them, I know you love them, but I know that I can try again to warm your heart. Please understand, things don't stay forever. We say we want to make a change. I must admit it feels a little strange to see it in a different. And even if it passes by, this isn't how we say goodbye. Just until next time. There's nothing wrong with shedding tears to make sure that your side is clear and bring to light all your silly fears.
It's terrific. I'm so proud of you.
Just when you forgot, maybe you take the time to stop and cherish what we have instead of missing what we had. You only notice when it's gone because to satisfy what you long for, you will have to try again to fill your heart. Please understand, things don't stay forever. You know you've got to make a change. You must admit it feels a little strange to see it in a different. And even when it passes by, that wasn't how you said goodbye. Just until next time, you'll still be through the falling tears. And now you know your side is clear. Bring to light all your silly fears.
Oh girl, just say something. Oh baby, won't you say something? No running, you got me thinking about the state I'm in. Going back to that place we met. Yeah, I've been feeling lost somewhere deep within. No, I can't turn back, I need that grin, that loving. You say you want it, baby, take this in. You're feeling spent, but I know you want it, I know you want it. Oh girl, you know what I've been through. I don't know if I can do this on my own, no, no. Oh baby, tell me what to do. I don't know if I can do this on my own, no. I've been drinking, think I'm faded. Way too much, don't think I'll make this on my own, no. Well, fuck it, I'm just saying I don't know if I can go through this alone, on my own. Oh, nah, nah, nah. stop running. Oh girl, you know I see that pain you're in. Let me calm your nerves, take it in, just take it in. I'll grant you everything you wish. I'll give you all the things you list. Just reminisce, taking back the times we miss. Got you saying that you needed this, you needed this. Oh girl, you know what I've been through. I don't know if I can do this on my own, no. Oh baby, tell me what to do. I don't know if I can do this on my own, no. I've been drinking, think I faded way too much, don't think I'll make this on my own, no. Well fuck it, I'm just saying I don't know if I can go through this alone, on my own. Oh no, no,
Feeling all the potion we are. Loving in slow motion we are. Feeling like there's no other way. Talk about a long night trip. No, no, no. Don't ever wait. You kept traces of my past. Your frames are divided in my thoughts. Your love, dance so I can feel your lips. Oh no, no. Don't ever look away. You fill the spaces in my heart. Your friends are nowhere to be found. We're tripping all around and girl, we don't know about it. There's people all around, but girl, it's a private party. Oh, no, no, we don't know about it. There's people all around, but love, it's a private party. And I'm tripping, you're tripping, trip, trip. You're tripping, you're tripping, you're tripping. Dance on the slow motion. Trip, trip. You're trip, and I'm tripping. Dance on the slow motion. Dancing, talk about a long night trip. No, no, no. Don't ever wait. You kept traces of my past. Your frames are divided in my thoughts. We're tripping all around and girl, we don't know about it. There's people all around, but girl, it's a private party. Oh, no, no, we don't know about it. There's people all around, but love, it's a private party. And I'm tripping, you're tripping. Dancing in slow motion, feeling all my motion. Dancing in slow motion, feeling all my motion. Dancing You make me.
Welcome to the World Connected Series 2021. My name is Waxon and I have the honor of being your host today. This wonderful weekend packed with exciting Valorant is part of the Global Esports Federation's World Connected Series and presented by the British Esports Association. 32 teams will battle it up for the 500 prize pool this weekend in a single elimination bracket, which will culminate in an epic encounter, best of three grand final late Sunday afternoon. But let's not waste any more time. Teams, be ready. Viewers at home, let's get hyped in the chat. as we bring in our ever so talented panel, Layla and Rook. Welcome to the stream.
Yeah, it's honestly great to be here. Thank you very much for having us. I'm excited to see quite how this is going to go down and see some of this British Valorant in action.
Yeah, very much looking forward to it. Very happy to be here, and I get to work alongside two amazing individuals, so this should be a lot of fun.
As we get ready to look at the bracket that will be coming up in a few minutes, let's talk a bit about the scene in Valorant and actually the patch in Valorant, because for our viewers at home that have been following the competitive pro scene, they are still playing on the old patch, whereas us, we will be playing on the new Viper, Yoru, no Bucky patch. So let's talk about that, Rook.
Oh yeah, I'm super excited to see this. I actually saw some Yoru yesterday. It didn't go down quite as well, but it is relatively strong on bind. You can play around those teleporters, fake out a lot of that noise, and I think with the buffs, he does look that little bit stronger. The fact that his flash goes off that little bit earlier does make his executes a little bit cleaner, and the fact that he can play around with gate crash and his teleport that little bit more. But I think if you're looking at the agent who's gotten a lot out of this, it has to be Viper, because that tagging that you get from walking on through those smokes and getting decayed makes a big difference now. For example, if you're coordinating well with your team, you get a lot of value out of things like Sova shock darts, which now, when you're fully tagged, will one-shot you. And that could be absolutely huge.
Layla, I'm looking at you and I'm wondering, obviously we just touched upon the new buffed agents, but also an agent that has been added to the pool quite recently is Astra, and it's probably one of the most skill-demanding agent in the pool. Do you think we can expect any of the teams today to maybe pull that one out of the pocket?
It would be nice to see. I mean, to be fair, every single time I've done a Valorant tournament up to this point, we always sort of like axe out like a couple of characters and we just don't expect to see them because they're not currently shining in the meta, for example. But every single time we've said that, a team has gone on to go, you know what, we're picking this character anyway. So knowing these teams, I would not be surprised.
Absolutely. And let's talk about the gun meta. So the Bucky is nerfed. I'm not sure if we have our Bucky abusers team to sign up, because they were about to join the tournament. I'm not sure if they got to go through. But yeah, talk to me about the Bucky, Rook.
Well, I mean, obviously before it was the absolute terror, killing at close range and medium range as well, but with the changes, you're only getting 5 pellets on that right click, and that makes a big difference. It means your maxed out damage, I believe, is like 60 at kind of medium range, so you're not getting a lot of value out of it in the same way. It means you can't one-shot people at those medium ranges, and while obviously you do have a more consistent shot in the closer ranges because they tighten the spread a lot, it's not going to quite be that demon. But I think teams should still be picking it up, especially if you're playing a lot of those close angles. Maybe not 5 Bucky like we've seen on occasion, but 1 or 2 here and there on those rounds where you don't have a huge amount can make a big difference. And don't forget, a lot of people, I think, have been sleeping on the Judge. It really can ruin an entire push.
I definitely agree. I think the Judge is probably one of the most, undervalued weapons in the current Valorant meta and in the scene currently. But we actually are fortunate enough, and we are aware of the first match we will be having on stream, and that will be between a team with a pun name in the form of Elon Muscle, or Elo and Muscle, depending how you want to play with that word, and Elite Potatoes, with an accent on toes. I don't want to get too much into the name significance over there, but these will be the 2 teams we will be having on stream.
Yeah. That's really exciting to me. I know players on both of these in particular who kind of talking about those agents. On Elite Potatoes, you got Kaja, and I was literally talking with him before this tournament. He said, all right, I'm going to crack out the Yoru. So I'm excited to potentially see some more of that.
Absolutely. As we prepared, as the teams get ready to join the server and we get ready to transition into the first map and to the veto as well, let's talk about the maps. We're going to have a few best of ones up until the grand finals, so I think we will not be seeing lots of splits and iceboxes, to be honest, up until the grand final, because it's such a big risk. Would you agree, Layla?
I would agree with you. For the most part, like, you generally just don't see those maps at all in a competitive tournament as of late. But again, we always know that one or two teams will just come up and just be like, you know what? Hey, you haven't banned Icebox. We're just gonna pick it just because we can. And to be fair, even when you see Icebox come out, like, depending on the teams you get, most of the times it actually ends up being quite balanced. Like, sometimes you'll see one side just not specifically go more than the other. So, but I generally do agree with you for the most part. I don't think we'll see those 2 maps, but again, it might be the team that bring Astra into the mix. They'll pick Icebox.
Absolutely. What about Europe? What is your take on Icebox and Split in a best of one bracket?
I mean, if you've got a team who's happy to play Icebox, then they'll probably try and let it through. But otherwise, it's very unlikely to see. I think a lot of teams have been kind of looking towards Split more recently. I've actually kind of noticed a trend that Haven's getting banned out more than Split, because there's a lot of teams who are really, really good at Haven. And if you're not one of those teams, no way, Jose. You do not want to be playing that map. You can get absolutely rolled and smoked on it. Whereas Split is a little bit more even. Obviously, with the changes, the attacking side is that little bit stronger. And I think a lot of teams are working out how they're going to make their attacks work on it. And that was always the big gatekeeping part of Split, that if you didn't know how to attack on it, well, you could just get completely shut out of the defense, and then you slip up once, and, well, it's all over.
One of the other things that I want to bring up is I'm looking at one of the players' profiles from the team Elo and Muscle, or Elon Muscle, and it's none other than Ego Peak. I'm looking on his VLR.gg profile, and currently I see that he has experience with agents such as Sky and Breach. Some good results, some mixed results in his performance, but Sky and Breach, two very underutilized agents, I would say, in a very high pro level scene. You only see teams like NIP, or maybe you used to see the former T1 lineup run Breach here and there. Why do you think we don't see the usage of more flashes in the current Valorant meta?
We're often seeing teams play that more puggy style, I guess, not wanting to necessarily bring those flashes in the same way. I think the UK scene, at the very least, has really been liking them a lot. I think Ego Peak is another example of a long line of great initiator players that we have. But it's certainly on the wider stage, especially in NA, kind of like as you were kind of mentioning, not too many teams are bringing it. They're happy to just take those more puggy fights and often utilize things like the jet dash or the nades of Rays to be able to deny a lot of space. And I think they're much more focusing on that space. Whereas here in the UK and in the EU as kind of a whole, we're often seeing people just go for set plays and utilize that breach maybe alongside the jet. I think that's a really great combo to try and see.
What is your take on that, Leila? Because like we talked a bit about the introduction to Euro, which has those flashes that those teams, I don't know, I've noticed players just like to play Euro a bit more. He's a bit more flashy and obviously has those flashes. Whereas Breach and Sky, like I said, we both said, hasn't really seen all that much love from the other teams.
No, you generally just don't see them, like most of the times, like, people just opt for the Brimstone. Like, you just don't really see Breach just make an appearance anymore. But then, having said that, no, the flashes are still an incredible utility to make use of, especially when you have a very aggressive team that really do like to go for those big time pushes. Like, you know, you can use it for both the distraction tactic, try to force everyone to just sort of like have that choke point in there, but also at the same time, it's great to push on through and just go for the big play. And, you know, it has started to make a bit more of a scene, but for the most part, you just don't often see it. So I definitely would like to see that come out today.
We have more information on some of the players from the players themselves that were kind enough to provide some of their background when it comes to competitive games. The first player we can talk about is the captain from Elo and Muscle, KJJA, or KJ. He said he's playing the university scene in the UK, main duelist and a competitive player for about 2 years. He said he's made it to a few top fours in some big tournaments in the UK, and he has always been an FPS gamer with over 4,000 hours in CS and lots of amateur experience in tournaments. So that's quite a player with quite a bit of experience. Semi-pro level hours in Counter-Strike formerly. Obviously in Valorant we don't have the amount of hours they have. But we can only assume that because he's playing at this high level, he's probably a very high elo player.
Yeah, he's been around in the UK university scene, which is where obviously I spend a lot of my time. Yeah, he is actually the captain for Elite Potatoes. But yeah, he has been around a long time as well, and I've seen a lot of great stuff from him. So I'm very excited to see what he's going to be able to bring today. His duelist is often leading the pack, entering for the team, because you kind of get those two different kinds of duelists. You go the ones who are like, I'm going to take the skill aim duel and dash out like I'm on the jet, playing that more non-committal style, but he's very go in, frag out, or die trying, I guess at the very least.
So you know he's playing duelist. Do you know which one is his go-to duelist? Like if you could secure it every time, which one it is, or is he more versatile?
He's relatively versatile. I think historically has had a lot of strength on Phoenix, but as I kind of mentioned earlier, I was chatting with him before this tournament, excited to see some of that Euro potentially here, because he did say he was looking to maybe lock it in.
We have more info about players. They provided more information for players. One of the players, which probably already has my favorite name in the tournament so far, from what I've seen, Big Toe. He has been playing Counter-Strike since beta release. I hope he means CSGO beta, because if he's been playing since 1.3, that means we might be looking at a 40-year-old veteran right here. He's played the temporary before going back to CS Source and 1.6. So this guy has been playing for lots of years, Layla. Do you know anything about what is the difference when it comes to experience in competitive Valorant?
Honestly, that experience goes a long way. I mean, obviously, Valorant is still a relatively new game, so you generally sort of like learning as you go along. But when you bring that background from CS:GO, you have so much experience to go. You know the general kind of genre you're going into. You know how roughly the mechanics are translated into Valorant. Yes, you've got the additional perks of the abilities for each character, so you have that side to learn. But at the same time, tactical first-person shooter, and you have had so much time to get used to that kind of style. It's basically like a nice fit for you. You feel right at home.
He's played under previous teams such as 15 Kings and Elite Gamers. I am familiar with the name of one of those orgs because one of my very good friends, Hi Elo, he was also part of the 15 Kings team, and they were a pretty strong roster from what I remember a few months ago. So that's very interesting to see that only by looking at two players, this team seems pretty stacked with names. As we go into the third player, another main duelist, interesting. So we've got two people that love playing duelists, so we might see some trying to out-aim the opponents in Webzy. He prefers to play Arena, and he was also a part of the former 15 Kings Valorant team, apparently. He's played with Toe before, or previous player we mentioned. And a fun fact about Webzy, which I think makes him my favorite player currently, he likes to use the Odin occasionally. I think that's absolutely hilarious. I think it's a mistake if you as a team at a semi-professional level are not trying to use the Judge and the Odin, because they are such strong weapons and you're probably going to have a big advantage, especially if you start gathering up those credits so you can afford the big weapons time and time again.
It's interesting, though, to see that on a duelist, right? Because you often see it on things like the Initiator, like the Sovas, and you're trying to, you throw up the dart, and then you go, all right, I'm going to spray through this wall when you get there. It's a real surprise to see it from a duelist, and I think maybe a bit of miss sometimes, because you don't want to be rushing around that corner looking for that headshot, and you've got the Odin, and you're like, all right, I just got to wind it up, right? You better wait there. You better wait right there.
Yeah, for those of you at home who are not very familiar with competitive Valorant and the way the Valorant mechanics work, there are different kinds of weapons in Valorant, and in most FPSs, the Odin is a machine gun that we're talking about. That is a heavy machine gun, so the movement is way harder to maneuver around. You're not as fluid as you would be something like a SMG or with a rifle. Also, the vetoes have come through, and we have Elo and Muscle banning Split. Like we said, I'm not expecting to see Split anytime soon. Maybe tomorrow in the grand final. Then the Elite Potatoes taking out Icebox, again, expected. So we will be going to one of the three more balanced maps, what I believe. I would say Haven, Bind, and Ascent are more balanced than the other two. Would you agree with me, Layla?
A little bit. I feel like each team has their own preference when it comes to these kind of stages. Some teams just do better on others, so you sort of never know. But it looks like the bans have came through for the rest of that, and I think Haven and Bind were the other two bans. So we're going to Ascent for our first map. So definitely sort of like the more calmer of the three.
Yeah, Ascent and Elo and Muscle will be starting on defense. Some very high competitive teams obviously have different lineups and different agent pools for which side of the map they're coming through. Do you think we're going to see something from Elo and Muscle maybe different, maybe starting with a double Sentinel, considering they know they will be starting on defense Rook?
Well, I mean, it certainly could be something you do. I think on Ascent, there's a lot of value in it. Only if that second Sentinel, while you can play around with whether you're playing Killjoy or Cypher, I think both are equally strong here. It's really got to be that Sage, because you need that wall, you need that ability to maneuver around. If you're sitting too much on one site, and it can be difficult to get that rotating, so you want to be able to kind of flex around that. I think absolutely could with the Sage, and I think on Ascent, Sage has proven to be really great. There's a lot of great stuff as well from players like Flow Ascending, finding a lot of cheeky spots where you can boost on up and catch people off guard.
Exactly, and on the opposite, obviously, EP knows they will be starting on attack. So do you think we have the chance to maybe see that Breach Jet combo we talked about in the pre-show?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a great map for it. I do think, though, if we're looking at this map, it might be a little bit difficult for, for Elo and Muscle, because I was talking to one of their players, and they didn't actually want the ban split. They meant to try and pick it, and they completely forgot how the pick and ban works. So, some interesting scenes going on. But I think, actually, looking at it, historically, these guys have been really strong. On Ascent, I think they might be sad they're not playing Split, but I'm certainly glad. I actually think Split is not their best map, so we'll see how it goes. I think Ascent is a lot more well-rounded as well, as kind of Layla pointed out earlier. It's one of the calmer of the maps, and I actually think that's really good. For example, like one of the players that does stand out for me on this Elo and Muscle side is, as you mentioned before, Ego Peak playing those initiators. And I think when he's given the flexibility to kind of play around with his team, I think that's when they're going to have a lot of success. Whereas you look towards the other side and you kind of, the players you highlighted on Elite Potatoes being Websy and Cager, both those duelist players. And if you're going to play that slightly more puggy style, I think those duelists would otherwise really come to the fore.
One of the things we touched upon very briefly is Viper, and I think Viper, even as strong as she is now, I don't think she's as viable on Ascent as she is on some of the other maps, so maybe that's why the teams also wanted to go there, to avoid that new power spike that Viper now has. But as far as I know, apparently we are almost getting ready to go into the game. I think we're just moments away. So any predictions, maybe, if you want to go for it, Rook, should it?
I feel like either way, someone's going to be mad at me. But I was slightly rude to him recently, so I'm going to bet on my boy Ego Peak on Elo and Muscle.
What about you, Layla?
We can't have a 2-0 side on the round one of predictions. We can't have that. So you know what? Screw it. I'll back Potatoes. I hope it'll be close.
I'm going for the Elo and Muscle team just because of the sake of the name. Such a beautiful name, and Big Toe in their team. I love it. I'm excited to see it. I think are we ready to go in? Just checking with production.
We'll just wait on that one. I mean,
perfect. Everyone at home, go and get your predictions in the chat. Support your favorites, be it Elo and Muscle and Potatoes. Currently, the Elite Potatoes seem to be 82% favored in the chat. Wow. But you still have around a minute and a half to put your predictions in and maybe shift that balance around. I'm currently putting all my just 550 channel points on Elo and Muscle. But enough talk. Let's get ready for the first game of the tournament. Rook, Layla, take it away.
Thank you very much, Raxon. I'm very much looking forward to it. So, Ascent is going to be our map for round one, and already we are going to see both of our teams start to slowly lock on in. Again, we're going to see that Killjoy. Generally, we always see a Killjoy and a Jet coming out with all of these exchanges. Got the Omen there as well, and yeah, look at that, a very quick locking.
Yeah, they're pretty confident with what they're going for, and I was talking about Ego Peak playing these initiators, looking for more of that, and he looks in the Omen. This is not a usual pick for them, but I think with the rest of it, I've seen G-Stars play before, and they have been pretty sick on this raise, so excited to see how that one's going to go down. Cager, disappointing me. Not locking in the Yoru. Come on, man.
Well, they'll have to get through round one if they want to bring that character out again, so we'll see how we play out. And yeah, both teams looking pretty balanced on the side of their picks. Obviously, we got that Cypher as well, so a lot of information gathering as well alongside... oh my gosh, it's been a while. Alongside the Soba. So there's going to be plenty going on there. And they've got the Rainer as well, so they'll be able to bulk themselves up quite nicely.
And obviously, the big old horn spray. That was always a great addition. I never go into my game and hear multiple horn sprays and thank you, Riot, for adding this to the game. I needed this to wake up in the morning, or, at 2 a.m. when I'm grinding out my ranked games. Don't grind ranked games at 2 a.m. Bad idea.
You get yourself into the zone for so long, and then suddenly you're just like, okay, I think I'm going to stop now.
You certainly do. It is a rude awakening. But, I mean, these teams kicking things off relatively quickly, starting out with a pretty solid comp on both sides. Not too many Sentinels, so both kind of looking to maybe flex that attacking side a little bit more.
As we get our first round underway, our first pistol round of the stream. And no real surprises in terms of what they are picking for their relative equipment, but yeah, just Orange just peeking around, just not really making a move just yet. Everybody just biding their time. First shot's finally fired, no damage really. Now the abilities are flying, and already we're gonna have someone go down. It's Keija.
Yeah, KJ taking off the board already, and some nice peeks from Elo and Muscle. You're going to take down yet another, and with no Sova, that's a lack of information. However, with the execute towards this mid, this could be a big opening. The need G-Stars can't quite hold it down. Now it's back to that 3 versus 3, despite the lack of health on their Cypher. Potatoes have side control.
Yeah, and the plant is going down as well, so that's going to speed things up pretty quickly. Rex again, just spending their time. Perfect headshot for Sam. Double headshot in a row! And that's a triple kill on the board for Samo in the very early stages of this round.
Damn, beautiful retake here from Elo and Muscle as they just walk on through and take him on down. Good stuff on the whole, and well, those initial exchanges really did make a big difference because they thwarted that even attempt at a split push on towards A, and then instantly rotated. Sure, they lost a couple of players in the crossfire, but it was all pretty solid.
Solid indeed, and with that being said, it is going to be the first point on the board for Muscle, so they have the chance to start trading out those pistols. Meanwhile, on the side of Potatoes, are going to have to stick with the pistols. Got a couple sheriffs coming on out, but maybe a slight different play coming up.
Potentially here, I mean, I like that they're going up for the Spectres, not opting to go with any of the Buckies. I think while you can get away with them, this is a map with a lot longer angles, so because now you can no longer right-click, it just isn't as effective here. This is one of the maps where it's the least effective. Samo feeling themselves with the Ghost there, and has to swap on over to the Marshal as they back on off, doesn't want to get caught off guard, but just one body shot could rid you of an elite Potatoes player for the round.
That's crucial for Samo, and they know it. That's why they're making sure they need to keep themselves at bay as long as they can. The peak poke might be coming out. Gonna miss the first shot. Does get the smoke out, so it allows them to reposition. But obviously, Nisha and the rest of the team will know that that's probably what they're gonna try and do. Samo again just gonna linger on back here. Another smoke coming on out from the other side of the field, but no exchanges just yet.
Shadows traveling.
Good early pick in mid as well here. Taking down Big Toe makes a huge difference because now they don't have some of that post-plant utility that could be ever so huge. Kaja is still looking out for some of these players, but Ego Pika's already backed off from Cat. Doesn't want to try and contest it, but Ree moves back up and is actually looking to peek on out here. Oh no! Keija gets caught in the crossfire, and Rex will just move on up, take Rebsy down, and Elite Potatoes are down to 2. And well, probably not even that as the execute is coming on in from here. From Rex to try and deny he even finishes off Orange Juice. LJPH seen in the back there, we get sprayed on down.
That's the last thing you want. That's the last thing you want to see happen. Just immediately walk around the corner, and unfortunately that clip was still very much unloading. Wrong place, wrong time, and that was a flawless as well for Muscle, so very good start for them, 2-0 up.
A stellar position to find themselves in, and Elo and Muscle are now obviously on that bonus round looking to leverage the fact that they've got a lot of money in the bank, not investing too much, and even if they lose it, they're pretty happy. But with the way they've been playing so far, these close quarters fights, these Spectres still might be very strong for them and could be the decision making here. Smoke still out, Samo's just going to push up, he dash on through, and bites up a little more than they can chew. Kaja does go low, but just about doesn't find them. It's G-Stars who beats out and takes down Websy at range.
Yeah, with that, it's back down to square one. 4-on-4 situation, both with a player each. Pretty hurt there, the Jet and the Raze respectively. Keija again, just gonna start walking on in now. Rek is also just keeping an eye out on both sides of the field. Obviously trying to get that recon as well, but only so much information you can gain from that. And here comes the poke. Good shot from Olpec. They are gonna at least give themselves the player advantage.
Getting a player off the board like that, and obviously just confirming that kill from earlier. The Raze was already so low, can make a big difference here. And with Rex, the only player left on this site, does manage to take down the spike carrier, though. Might have bought the time that their team needs. A dart doesn't even land. Orange Juice is out in the open, but flicks on over. With Keija finding that frag as well, now they are in such a good position. I think they know where Ego Peak is as a result of the aggression from their Cypher. Elo and Muscle are going to have a hard time pushing back through here. We might even see a save.
Would not be surprised at this stage. It's a 3-on-1 situation, and obviously you see the Sova already going on an investigative journey. And Ego, yeah, I think Ego is very much going for the save. They're going all the way back towards spawn. Well, are they going to go for the attack, though? It's going to be very risky if they do decide to do that. It looks like they are just going to hold on back for the time being. Yeah, they're not making any intention of going any closer to that. So it looks like that will be the point for Potatoes. And crucially, Omen will try to hang on to their weapon.
Revealing area.
I don't know if he picked up a rifle here. Yeah, okay, he did. Good. So this should be fine for the next round. He's going to shoot out, and they are fully aware of his position. He's keeping them at bay. There's one! He's looking for that little bit more. Just a little tidbit here. Drops off. Doesn't want to get caught. Instead, trying to find that wall bang. Nothing there more, but hey, a frag in the bank is, well, money saved.
Yeah, it's one less save that the Potatoes are able to do. So, yeah, very cheeky headshot right towards the end of that point. So, damage limitations, really, but crucially, they'll take the frag, and naturally, everyone buying up to those full shields. Only 2 of them on the side of Potatoes, not quite at that capacity. They don't quite have the funds to do so just yet, but again, Samo still bringing that Marshall back into play.
Interesting. Oh no, no, this is the operator. This skin, I know. I felt it. I thought it was a Marshall the first time I saw this skin, but it's actually an operator recent. Hard to tell until you get actually into the player, but trades back and forth. Elite Potatoes not too hard done by even after losing an initial player, but losing an important one here again, not having that jet on the board, but she has the ultimate as well.
Always scary. You always have to be very careful of it. Orange finally going to fire out the bomb, immediately gets taken out. And the bomb not going to quite find its mark on Cypher just yet. Cypher very, very low though, and Samo quickly retreats back the way they came. Rev again going to be able to get the first little poke, but doesn't quite find the damage. And that will be Eco finally taking the kill down as well. So 4-3 advantage for Muscle. And a lot of firing through smokes at the moment, but no purchase so far.
Yeah, it's honestly good stuff here from Elo and Muscle to be able to trade these frags back, and with Websy so low, I know they're on that Reyna, and just one frag can set them up. They need to find it first, and right now Elo and Muscle are just holding down these angles, and you see exactly there from Samo. He starts, peeks out the player, but leaves it to Rex, and that's good coordination here from Elo and Muscle that has managed to secure them the round again, and well, they get back to rifles, and well, they get back to wrecking.
3-1 up now with that really good teamwork from both sides of the field. And again, the second Samo got that pick with the operator, you just saw immediately just allowed the rest of the teammates to go forward themselves and chase down the remaining players. So really good coordination from Elon Muscle. Gives them that 2-point advantage once again. And it looks like Elite Potatoes are thinking of doing a little bit of saving.
Yeah, I think it's a good call here. They don't want to invest too much and get caught off guard. They need that rifles for the next round, because it does feel like they need rifles to be able to take down Elo Muscle from the rounds we've seen so far. But they still got a bit of power. They've got those sheriffs, and they've got these knives from Cager that could wreak havoc. Just one headshot could open up that site. Put a brilliant amount of info core, and the fact that they get these rotates in quickly, Samo can go to town, and it just looks like a complete round here.
Flawless.
Words can't even describe how perfect that was from Elon Muscle. That was 2 shots for 2 for Jet and that operator, and then Omen got a double kill themselves. It was just like that. Yeah, that is peak Valorant for you right there.
It really is. It's been a brilliant performance from Elon Muscle early on in this defense, but do keep in mind it is a defender-sided map. At least certainly with the ways a lot of these teams have been playing, a lot more passive. So we're going to see a lot more from Elo and Muscle, I believe, in this half. Elite Potatoes do still have their chance to turn it around, and well, even in this half, they could still find a weakness in Elo and Muscle and leverage it well. Well, Samo peeking like that certainly is a weakness, and now they're a player up as well.
Yeah, that's the last thing you want to be doing is dropping Jet and the operator. So it does give Potatoes a chance to be able to start moving on forward a little bit, but obviously, Elon Muscle, they'll play the patient game. They know where to and not to peek. So, Smokes, again, coming on out. Egan knows a push will be coming and does crucially manage to get a little bit of damage on there, but nothing else. And again, Toe at least able to find some perks and a headshot for G-Star. That is going to help bounce things out just a little bit. Almost getting the kill, but very weak themselves now.
Yeah, that was oh so close. Why would you expect the Jet to be there? Who knows? Cager catches them off guard. Does get rid of the alarm bot. Deck is still waiting through that smoke, and a couple of bullets whistle past their face. Websy just making sure they don't get flanked, as the exchanges are likely going to be ego peek here first. It does peek out, still looking for those shots as they're starting to push up. Brilliant stuff here. Websy does open up deck. G-Stars are still playing this angle. Cager is looking for a chance to try and get it. There's the lift, but it's gone too far. It's also open, and Rex completely takes them down. LJPH, however, has found an opening on the A site.
Yeah, like I said, that patient play, but LJ at least gonna get there and pop that spike down. The rest of the team are starting to come out, so it's a 2v1 situation, but I guess crucially for them, they only need to poke them at least once. There's one. Can they get the second? The Jet moves, and what a shot! It's a trade!
Yeah, and the attackers pick it up as a result. Elo and Muscle, they had all the advantage in the world, and then they squander it like that. A little bit sad to see here, but Elite Potatoes getting that shot in at the very last moment there and managing to bull through G-Stars.
You do not often see that play out. It's been a long time since I've seen that on Valorant. I always see that on other games, but Valorant, I just rarely see that trade play out. But yeah, beautifully done there. Like, Elon Muscle had the patience to go for some of those plays, but Elite Potatoes, they saw an opportunity because both sides of Muscle were hurt. That's an aggressive push from Samo. Where are you going?
LJ with a really good punish there. The paranoia is great. As long as you're far enough away for it to be active, it's near sight. It's not a full flash. And they dash forward. LJPH is just a little bit too far forward for them, and that nets them the frag oh so easily. However, you cannot be contesting Rex on this angle. You've been so solid so far. Even gonna find the second there as Websy just seeds that to them oh so easily. Cager has to be careful here as now they're leading the charge.
No charges.
A 2v2 situation now, so again, back to square one. Ego has got the operator back up. Can they get the shot yet? They can't! And as a result, Keija does win out that exchange, so Elon Muscle is just raised left. And that is going to be another successful plant for the Potatoes.
And this jet play, this aggression from Samo might be that chink in the armor for Elo and Muscle. Elite Potatoes have been leveraging it well off the back of a brilliant set of plays from LJPH on this rim. However, he is out in the open and won't be alive for much longer. G-Stars just wants to clutch this out now.
Yeah, grenade goes all the way through. Will they get the pick? It gets the pick! Jet can't get out of the way in time, and that is going to be a twofer for G-Star, who gets the defuse and puts Muscle back on the board again. 5-2 now.
I'm the pride of Bahia.
I am super surprised that Elo and Muscle picked that one up. Elite Potatoes seemed they had a lock on it, but G-Stars stepped up, got the headshot, and a beautifully placed paint pellet nets them the round there. Cager just can't try and contest that. Now, LJPH, will they be able to punish Samo again here? Will that aggression come on in? Well, not so likely, as they're shifting up their positions and maybe looking towards that B site. And this could be a big difference here. The issue is for Elite Potatoes that they don't really have much in the way of weapon when you look towards them. You've got two sheriffs kind of as that max. And as good as I've seen a lot of teams play with these sheriffs, they often don't really win against these rifles. It's not very often at all, and especially with recon bolts giving away their position. They're lucky that there's no Hunter's Fury from Deck here trying to guide that. Spray comes on in, and well, Cage is already off the board. That Jet just doesn't respect it. The flank, Ego Peak ported into the back, almost takes down Websy, but G-Stars is going to clean things up. It's just LJ versus the world, and he only has a classic to his name. A flawless round for Elo and Muscle, and Elite Potatoes found that round to be a little rickety.
Yeah, that was basically how the previous save round pretty much played out, where Potatoes just went in with the pistols again, and it was a flawless almost immediately. So yeah, Elon Muscle very much proven that they can absolutely just keep Potatoes on the back foot, but now they can finally buy up to some of the more rifles. It's a 6-2 for Muscle, so 4-point lead as it stands, but we have seen Potatoes get some decent clutches of their own so far. Both teams with at least three ults ready to go. Potatoes with 4, so will we see any of those come out this round?
It's a good question. I think Elite Potatoes need to start investing those ultimates, otherwise they're just going to find themselves at a deficit again and again. When it comes to raw firepower, I don't think they're matching up to Elon Muscle in a lot of these ways here. LJ obviously has been stepping up the plate and doing great work, but it's just the fact that players like that can peek out mid and deal with so many at a time. Position given away here. Websy is barely managing to dodge away from that one, but a beautiful shot dart doesn't quite land. The second one will, but it exposes them, and Websy puts them down.
Gets another heal up as well, but Ego, and again, Ego living up to their name, peeks around the corner, gets themselves another shot. That is going to be another quick fire exchange and another point for Muscle.
Yeah, nice stuff there from Ego Peak to be able to win that out. I'm surprised he didn't get the double spray down, but obviously with that Vandal, it's not quite as effective as it might be with a Phantom. Very sensibly backed off, used a Paranoia, then went for the peak again, easily took them off the board. Again, a round from Elite Potatoes where they didn't get to use any of their ultimates, and I think that's a big part of it. They tried to play towards mid, and mid just doesn't seem to be working for them. They need to smoke it off effectively, because every single time we see Elo and Muscle peek out from mid, and be it Rex, be it G-Stars, be it even Deck, constantly finds players. Samo is peeking out now, and they already lose Websy. Cager's got to come up big.
Yeah, there's a lot of big plays that have to be made at this stage, and obviously we've got Keisha going straight on with it. Here comes the dash straight into one cloud. Are they going to get anything? No, they cannot. Another headshot for their troubles, and that is again everybody in Muscle up. Only 2 left for Potatoes. G-Star has this point covered. That's another headshot, and that is a 3rd flawless for Elon Muscle.
Elite Potatoes just not able to get a word in edgeways, as these frags just aren't coming for them now. The aggression from Samo is more varied, not just peeking out towards that A-long. I think very sensibly, and now not getting caught out, not giving over that advantage early. And well, Elite Potatoes with an advantage, they certainly can do a lot of damage, but even that wasn't enough to necessarily secure them around. They tried to invest Cage's ultimate there with the Blade Storm. I think really looking forward, we got to see them utilize things like the Hunter Suri, which you get a dart in, you hit someone with that, you can easily take a player off the board.
See if they can live up to that then, as again, they're going to have to quickly double on back, because the aggression from Samo again, they're consistently going in with that, and they are finding the picks, and another operator shot as well. 3 down in the space of 5 seconds for the Potatoes, and finally able to at least get themselves a pick back, but unfortunately it's too little too late. And again, another full-on sweep for Muscle. They lost one in the midst of that, but again, they're ending this first half beautifully on top.
Yeah, not quite that the 4th flawless round, but Elon Muscle still very happy with their position. However, the recon is going to get reset at the end of next round, regardless of how it goes, and that could be the opportunity for Elite Potatoes to move to that stronger side and then play a little bit more around each other. We've been seeing a little bit of a lack of coordination from them. I want to see them step it up, because I know they certainly can. And I mean, I think one of the big problems here for me is that they just don't have any flashes. They have one, the Paranoia, and it really isn't working out for you. You were talking earlier about the lack of Breach, the lack of Sky. Well, we're not seeing any of it here. Obviously, Sova's very strong, but there's very little at all on Elite Potatoes to work with.
Yeah, and the ults are going to start coming out, especially because of the fact that they all go away after this point. It's done and dusted. Another quick shutdown, and Red got 2 of them before finally going down. Now it is just G-Star on their own. They are not going to be able to take out Potatoes this way. So Potatoes at least end the first half with a 3rd point on the board. But that was a bit of a chaotic mess from both sides of the field there.
Yeah, I frankly don't know how they managed to swap sides on the map. They just kind of ran at each other. And I mean, hey, Elite Potatoes very happy with that one to pick up another round here. Let's give them that little bit more leeway moving on into this defense. And well, I think they're gonna have to start strong. Obviously, pistol round is always impactful, but I think it's gonna be especially important here if they want to be able to pick this one up.
Yeah, the last thing they want to do is allow Elon Muscle to go onto double digits this early on. It just basically gives them such an advantage, such momentum to just take into the rest of the second half, and it's going to be, well, it's hard enough to climb up from a 6-point deficit, but it has been done. And as you said earlier, it is more defensive side for this map, so we'll see if Elite Potatoes can prove that true. There's going to be a quick elimination, make that 2. For Muscle already going down, and Potatoes, well, they're doing exactly what they need to do, starting off as strong as possible. Jet finally dropping. That is a lot of tags already.
That wallbang onto Rex there, you gotta be feeling bad about that one. You didn't even know where you were, buddy. Unfortunately, it's easy pickings for Elite Potatoes here, and starting off in that strong manner, just like I said we needed to see.
with that, they're going to immediately start changing some of those up. So that is a great start for them. That was exactly what they needed. And yeah, that bang was just like, excuse me.
Yeah, it was a good round for Elite Potatoes to really kick off with, and now they're moving on to the Spectres again, as we kind of talked about in the previous half. It's a good look for them, and Elo and Muscle are going to have to not quite be so disrespectful and so aggressive as we saw from there. I actually thought they would. It was a relatively decent execute. The issue was they lost a lot of those game duels, and that's a lot harder to do when you're not setting up properly with those flashes. Websy, playing on the other side, wants to get that spray down, does take down one, and even gets to dismiss out of there. This is why that Reyna can be oh so aggressive. That and obviously the healing makes such a difference here. G-Stars falls, Rex is and the Lear is there, meaning LJ is able to claim one as well, and Deck, being that last remaining member, certainly has to work it out there.
Yeah, that is a beautiful, flawless. Reyna got 3 of those kills in there as well, just in a row. Beautiful coordination from Potatoes, not allowing Elon Muscle to get any kind of purchase. And yeah, 2 points in the second half. This is exactly how you want to start. 9-5 now is the scoreline between these two teams. And I did say it was probably going to be close. And yeah, this is going to be the time to see if they can just keep these points going. They managed to get 3 as an attacker, and so far they are definitely looking strong in defense.
They really are. Good start. Well, now they're up against their first real test as well with those rifles on board. Well, this was the turning point, at least early on, for Elite Potatoes. They didn't manage to turn it into too much, but obviously it did at least net them around. Can Elo and Muscle do the same? They're playing a lot more split, more passive, a lot more sensibly this round as well, so that could be a big change as well.
And already we got 1 tagged on the location, so already a lot of information being relayed back to the rest of their teammates. First grenade is going to get thrown off on towards our point, but again, these are just going to buy their time, let them come to them first. They're just a little bit more of a patient play this time around for both teams, it must be said.
Launching smoke.
Must be Smoke's going on in for LJ. Oh, the spray there actually finds a lot of damage, but doesn't quite finish off Ego Peak. Still able to play forward and ever so scary. However, Sama was way too far forward, catches them off guard. The Elite Potatoes now find themselves with a lack of sight control. Now they're swarming on in to try and make this happen. They have a lot of inferior weaponry, and they still find the opportunity to make it work. Look at Ego Peak and Tree.
Yeah, we got 2 of them just tucked underneath that that ledge as well, and G-Star again on the point to just try and keep information out, but unfortunately they are going to get picked up in the midst of all that. Feature will go in with the smoke and gets the pick on Samo as well. Rex at least gets a headshot to keep themselves alive. It's 1 against the world, but it's not going to be to any prevail. It's 3 up for Potatoes. That will be a defuse, and so they're going to have a bit of a party and just show up, just things up a little bit.
I mean, that round actually started off really well for Elo and Muscle. They're happy to make that trade happen. They're happy to take site control. The issue is the fact that they had that door closed and Ego Peak was on the other side, and they mostly got corralled towards the heaven side of A, towards that more CT position. And from there, it's really easy to set them up into a series of pretty terrible fights because you're not holding that wide plethora of angles in the same way that you often see from a lot of post spawns here. Now, Elite Potatoes really well punished that, and we're just winning a lot of duels there. And Websy has started to find the footing we didn't necessarily see from them so much in the first half here. And Cager going a little bit nutty too as Summer is already off the board.
Yeah, that was just like first shot, first kill. That's a double headshot as well. Make that free. Oh, goodness me. Could you imagine? Oh, not gonna happen. The second I toy with the idea of going for a few more, it's just not gonna happen. It is just wrecked on their own though. And again, 3 versus 1, not gonna go in their favor. And Elite Potatoes, they have not conceded a point in this second half yet.
They are catching up ever so quickly. 4 in a row. And Elo and Muscle starting to quake a little bit. They got those rifles back finally, but it's after a lot of loss.
Yeah, look at that. 4 in a row in the second half. Technically 5 in a row if you count the point they scored right at the end of the previous half. So they are just on a roll at the moment. And, well, look what's coming out. We've got our good old sniper rifles once again making an appearance. And Elon Muscle, they've got a fair bit of work to do if they want to stop this. Another bolt quickly goes through. They'll at least manage shut that down and maybe get another ult charged up on the box. And guess what's up? It's the Killjoy ult.
It is the lockdown. Provides so much here, and obviously, Meat Potatoes don't have that ultimate ready. Try to make it happen. Some good spray there. There's a lot of damage, and even finishes off G-Stars. A beautiful molly, but they do actually see site control. What happens? LJPH is still trying to get that spray on the low muscle. Sure, they're down a player, but the position that they've gained from this might be more than enough as Samo claims that first frag here.
Not much health left on their side, but unfortunately, that is one knife for one. Keisha is going to immediately boost right on up. Here comes the laser though, and that is immediately going to give themselves away, but unfortunately they turned their back to the Jet, and everybody goes quickly on down. Muscle finally get themselves a point on the board. They're in to the 10 now, and finally manages to stop Potatoes' run in the second half.
Those double digits seem to be an insurmountable hurdle, but finally they managed to overcome it there. Good stuff from Elo and Muscle, and well, kicking things off strong with a good round there. They did invest in ultimate, obviously, but the fact that they managed to get out to sight with relatively minimal losses and then played that post plant well, this time winning a lot of those duels. Samo stepping up. We saw them get a headshot a lot in this match so far, frankly, and well, the fact that they didn't get headshot there, well, obviously a pretty big boon, you know, for Elo and Muscle.
Very big boon indeed. They've got 3 ults on the board as well, Jet, Raze, and the Omen. So we'll see if any of them are able to utilize that going forward into these next few points, which are going to be very crucial. Unfortunately, they peeked straight out into that operator, and Keisha, unfortunately, is not going to miss those kind of opportunities. So already puts them a player up on their side as Potatoes, again, allow Muscle to sort of come to them. They know they've got the work to do.
That was a big old "why would he be there" moment as Keisha played super aggressive with the operator, but Websy only manages to get one off of what was looking like a really strong spray out position. And maybe it's all that they done well, and come on, buddy, you need to smoke that! Spike goes down, and so does G-Stars, and Elo and Muscle, as quickly as they came, they left.
We just appreciate that wonderful confidence to go for that double shot with the op. That was beautiful. The second they got one, they realized they had the time to get that charge right back up and immediately got another shot. Just the confidence that Elite Potatoes have right now.
It really is it. And well, after the first half, you wouldn't have expected to see very much of that. But when they're now going for it, when they're peeking out mid willy-nilly, it seems like they're just so at home, and it's not a surprise to see that here. A lot of teams ever so comfortable here on Ascent.
They're all doing incredibly well so far. They must have holding on to all 3 of their ult charges. We do have one up for Potatoes, and it looks like we are going to have the knives coming on out. So we'll see if Samo can get any picks with it this time round. There's a lot of going on, and they're going straight in. They missed all of the knives! They missed every single one of them!
Come on, buddy! It has to be the paint pellets to take him down. Nanostorm there buys a bit of time. The orbital strike does get a little bit of damage on in there, but not enough to be able to actually claim anyone. Elo and Muscle in a decent position, even able to get rid of LJ. The Lear isn't enough either as Dex steps up to the plate and says batter up and knocks Websy out of the park here. Big Toe, one of those final remaining members, trying to push on in here 1 versus 3 with his position given away. That dart is going to force him forward. Deck is fully aware that he's likely to be on the site, and the rest of their team playing more passively here. The dart spots him out. The turn is going to come on in. Big Toe does win the duel, but Rex is there to clean it up. Elo and Muscle edge ever closer to picking up this game.
Yeah, that was a quite messy round, it must be said. There was a lot of things being traded. I mean, the opening push was not the best for Muscle, but they managed to turn it around. They managed to pick up everything else where they left off. But yeah, very interesting and very unfortunate for Samo to immediately go darting straight in there and unfortunately miss every single knife. You hate to see those moments.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, Samo hasn't had the best of games, but certainly has been hitting headshots, and we've seen a lot of highlights from them. Just need to see them channel that a little bit more. Consistency is key, and well, Elo and Muscle, we saw in the first half they had it, and I think they've let themselves go a little bit, you know. Not quite had the respect that they needed to. Position given away, Keija will shoot that away and go peek back up their team, and Keija, a great choice there to just dash back and not get caught out.
Smoke's down.
Yeah, they did at least a fair bit of damage, so they know full well that they can't exactly heal it. Unfortunately, they are going to lose one in the side on their side of the field as well. Make that 2 as the Cypher goes down. G-Star at least gets caught out as well, so 4-2 for Muscle as it stands, but Elite Potatoes are going to have it all to do here to try and hold this. Orange is just going to park their butt in this corner, and this could be dangerous if Samo decides to go for this.
Taken out.
Yeah, good shots coming in here from Orange Juice. Be able to at least net one here, but Spike likely going to go down on this other site, on this A site. It's going to be 3 versus 2. And the Hunter's Fury does actually pick off deck, meaning that won't quite go down yet. Will they land another one? Doesn't quite land onto that Killjoy.
30 seconds left.
So low, Cajun knows they could potentially push this out. They don't have the dash to make it happen, but he's with Cal Blast to make yourself a little bit of an ego peek at range. Lands the shot into Cager. And I was mocking his operator earlier in chat to him, but you know, he's managed to hit the shot here, managed to clutch it out likely for their team. Orange Juice is in such a predicament now. Do I push on site? Do I drop down? Do I get caught off guard? Especially by these nano swarms, which are going to pop right on top of him, forced out into the open, and in the confusion, Ego Peak still misses the shot, going for a little bit of a spin play there, but it's Rex who comes up big, and they have been huge on this Killjoy so far.
Yeah, that was perfectly played for the Killjoy, just waiting for them. They baited them into that corner, and that was exactly where that trap was laid out for them. So, match point for Elon Muscle, 12-8. Potatoes were having such a good second half, but finally Muscle have managed to find their footing. They've had 2 points where they've managed to yoink that from underneath Potatoes' feet, and now just that one final point that they need.
Elite Potatoes, they have a relatively ramshackle buy here. They've got Bulldogs, they've got Spectres, they do have some more standard rifles in the Vandal and the Guardian, but sorry, and the Phantom, but they just really will struggle here, especially with a lockdown like that coming on in, and the Showstopper to try and clear out these angles. G-Star sure doesn't land anything, but it's just so much space control for them.
Yeah, that's a plant very early on as well.
Spike down A.
Ego doesn't quite get the pick, but again, Orange is at least able to get that kill, so at least it gives them an extra player. But again, we got ults coming out left, right, and center. Samo again, just hiding their time, gonna hide underneath the ledge. They are gonna lose 2, but thankfully they do at least catch out Keisha on this. Victor is gonna make their appearance known in just a moment, and Ego is waiting for the turret will help pick them out. That's a shot, but unfortunately they're the only ones left. The Potatoes are gonna be able to save it for another round.
They just about keep themselves in it. Elite Potatoes, so happy to be able to edge ever closer to that double digits. And Elo and Muscle, I mean, investing a lot there. They invested at least 2 ultimates and a hell of a lot of cash as well. You got to be a little bit worried for them. They should be able to buy up. They're going to have to drop a couple of players, but it should be a relatively solid situation for themselves, despite the fact that they found themselves here. Samo looking to try and get that orb so they can move on up to those knives, and well, it's going to be a full sweep. Now, you look towards Elite Potatoes, and even though they won that round, they're actually still lacking a little bit. LJPH, obviously, on Spectre, and Websy on that, so that's light armor. It's not going to be the end of the world. I think a lot of these guys have been pretty great with the lower weaponry, and I mean, the Reyna doesn't really mind too much about light armor, as long as you don't get caught out early. That's the issue there. And Rex, well, to be fair, it didn't really matter whether they had light armor or not, because they just got completely won back.
Not bad at all, and G-Star again just going to start poking through the smokes just a little bit more. LJ pretty much with the entire party pushing on with them. They're going to get 1 at least. They're not going to get any more else than that, and the knives are up for Samo as well. Orange is going to at least manage to get a headshot through the platform, so home it is going to drop. So it is, if we make that 3-on-2 situation, Samo hanging up in the air, at least managed to get some kind of advantage, but again, it is just the Killjoy left.
It is peeking out long, but Big Toe stops them in their tracks. Good stuff from Elite Potatoes as they are catching up. They hit the double digits and are now only 2 rounds behind, and they have a decent amount of economy as well. They're going to be able to save the operator. They've still got another rifle. Lower Muscle are starting to grind themselves out of the situation. They still have the lockdown, as that is now back up for Rex, but it's still going to be a difficult situation for them for sure.
2 points. They know they just need one more. The last thing they want is to see this go into overtime. Could you imagine round 1 of the stream going straight into overtime? I said it was going to be close, but damn, overtime, people, you're playing out your skins already.
Would certainly be a way to kick things off, but it's great to have such a good match in round 1. Oftentimes we don't get this, and these two teams really have been contested well and have a really solid shot dart. Beautifully done there. And, well, Elite Potatoes have to be so happy about that one. The lockdown's going to go on in as the Hunter's Fury is going to pop it here to be able to try and push them off. And Big Toe's already off the board. The damage that Orange Juice found, unfortunately, isn't able to be capitalized on just yet, as they're going to get the site control and slip into these cheeky positions.
Yeah, they're going to get the spike down at the very least. Samo is just waiting for that smoke, but unfortunately gets poked out instead. So it's a 4v4 situation. So even Stevens, but again, time is on their side. The almost are going to lose another one. It's the Omen who goes down once again. So Elite Potatoes know they have to get a bit of a move on deck. We'll at least try and scope out the rest of it, provide information. It is a 3v2 situation. This is going to be a hold and a half here if they're going to make this work.
Enemy remaining.
That all-important player Rex falling there. They've been such a fragger for the squad, but Elite Potatoes are able to take them off the board before anything happens. Lockdown. Sure, it got them the site, but they lost so much getting on in there. And what a beautiful dart from Orange Juice. He's going to notice this at the end of this round and go, oh, I hit like 4 people with that.
Yeah, that was unbelievable. Like, everyone from Elon Muscle was pretty much there, and that ball was just, that is 3 damage for me. Thank you very much. That was, yeah, that is one of those satisfying moments you put up. So, 1 more point for Elite Potatoes to tie this up, and Muscle will be feeling the pressure now.
It really will be. Asia peeking out but not catching anything yet. Rex playing this slightly more passively, doesn't want to get caught out, knows how important it can be. Knows how important Elon Muscle just need to not seed a player early on here. They're at an ultimate deficit already. So you've got to be careful.
Yeah, and you can already see everyone just sort of like slowly just lingering around that A side at the moment, but a mid push is starting to come up here. So we're going to have to be very careful. LJ is going to get the pick, but no, they're not going to get the purchase. And Elite Potatoes are going to lose 2.
That's absolutely massive, honestly. The fact that they get caught off guard there. Stars was like, I have to use my satchel, and Cager punishes him for it. The dismiss means that Websy won't be in too bad a situation until Deck is on the crossfire. That's A site control again. Elon Muscle, but can they make it happen this time? They've slipped up in the last couple of rounds. There's aggression from Deck. Could be just that yet again. Cager around the corner, but didn't have the right weapon out. The dash isn't there, and as much as Orange Juice trades back, they're now finding themselves in a 1 versus 2.
Yep, that is site set and ready to go. No purchase on the bolt for the initial part of it, so Orange Juice has got all of the work to do. Another bolt coming on out. They're trying to get themselves as much information as possible, but it's immediately shut down. They'll shoot through the platform, and they know full well that there's only so much they can do. Another bolt going to try and shock them out of the corner. Not as much damage as they would have liked to. They're both just waiting for them underneath. Another shock. Time is against them here, and they're going to get 1, but they can't get the other. And it is going to be the final shot from the fellows over. A 13-11 in the favor of Elon Muscle. How close do you like your matches? That was the first round of our tournament, and what a way to start.
Honestly, I think that bodes pretty darn well. Great match here from Elon Muscle and Elite Potatoes. Sad to see them both go. I really am. That means we're a lot less likely to see any Yoru, as Cage is already off the board. Obviously, it's a single Elim. And I'm a little bit sad to see that, but great stuff from Elon Muscle, and especially Rex really stepping up. Beautiful performance with the Killjoy. Wouldn't you agree, Wax?
I definitely agree. I was watching the way Rex was clicking on the heads during the first half. He was so calm and collected. A lot of times on stream, we talk time and time again about the pressure some of the players might feel playing in front of 4,000 people. Which, by the way, thank you all at home for joining us today for this fantastic, great day of Valorant. But Rex, beautiful performance from him. And that begs the question, Layla, would you say Rex is your MVP of the match?
Definitely feels like it. I mean, there's a lot of key players that did incredible rounds there. But yeah, like the Killjoy, the traps and whatnot, they were on point for, especially in that second half, where every single time they were able to just bait them towards the corner, and boom, that's where the trap was, and it gave them that kind of purchase. So yeah, really good, really well played there. Worked beautifully around the rest of their team. So, but yeah, I would probably say that.
For me, like I wanna just throw a spanner in the works as it is. I think the Jet presence, although we did see Samo, I think it was, not being any close to the top of the scoreboard, but I think the space and pressure he kept on putting on the opponents, especially on the defense side with that operator, he was kind of dictating the pace of the game. And a lot of time as a duelist, people are like, oh, you should get all the kills, oh, I should go in first. But that's not all what duelists are. Duelists are space makers, and I feel like Samo was making so much space with that operator. Almost, I was considering putting him as my MVP, but I can't deny Rex' performance. Rex was absolutely stellar, and he is also my MVP. What about you, Rook?
I think I suggested Rex. I think they've been absolutely kick-ass, and well, Kaja was certainly a good performer on the opposing side, but it wasn't quite enough to really drag them over the line. It was very close, but at the end, I normally picking the MVP for the winning team makes a lot of sense here, so we'll go with that one.
Right before we go on a short break, I was thinking, let me give you a short update on other results that have come through from the first and second round already. We had the Lancaster Bombers beat 13-4 the Warriors of Toast lineup, the team with the best badge, which I was hoping to see on stream. Unfortunately, they lost in 13-4, but they put one of the more valiant efforts in the first group. We were lucky with the game we had on stream, because I tell you, what I'm about to tell you guys, it's there were some pretty one-sided games, such as the LA Gals versus the Nescol. My apologies. So when I checked 2 minutes ago, it said that the LA Gals won with a 13-0, but now I see that the Nescol have qualified in the second round. So I don't know what's going on there. We'll come back and I'll update you on that result further on. In the second round, we saw question mark VLR take on Away From My Way and win 13-4 on Ascent. Other games, we had a lot of buys in the first round because of the teams that did not get to sign up. But we also saw in the second round, Team Slim Boys beat the Crosshair Radiance in a 13-1.
Wow, that is a bit of a surprise to me. I thought Crosshair Radiance were looking pretty darn strong coming into this, but Team Slim Boys also relatively strong, so I'm not hugely surprised that they're having a pop-off performance.
So I would say we were very, very fortunate to have this fantastically close game on stream. But yeah, thank you both for casting. We will be taking a 5-minute break before we resume with a match from round 2. Everyone at home, thank you all for 4,000 people joining us today, and we will be seeing you soon after a short break.
spent all this time thinking of me. How come you're not there when you got me? I know that you're busy, so make the time. If you want this with me, do me right. I could be somewhere else, but I'd rather be with you. And that's what I call time well spent. So what do you call it when you're with me? Is it time well spent? So what do you call it when you're with me? Is it time well spent? You took all this time thinking you'd be playing on my mind like you should be. You know when you miss me,
And we are back. Welcome back to the World Connected Series 2021. I am Waxen and I'm joined by Layla and Rook as we approach their second game of the day in round 2 between our teams Schizopeak and Brexiter. But while looking at the bracket currently and by trying to find the players on some professional website, I can't find any of their statistics. So we've got a bit of unknowns here. Do any of you know some of the players, Rook?
No, unfortunately not this time, not at least from the names. I mean, Schizo Peak, there's been a lot of teams with a lot of different peak names. Normally it's cars like Honda Peak, Volvo Peak, and I remember Suzuki Peak at one point. But I haven't ever seen Schizo Peak before.
I'm looking at their team profile, and they seem to be quite a unit because they all have the same profile picture, which I suppose is a schizo. I'm just assuming since they're all called Schizo Peak. Very united, a very motivational picture, I would say, Layla. Would you agree?
I guess that's one word for it. But yeah, it's good to see that everybody on the same page by the looks of it, and you know. You don't form teams with people that you're, complete strangers with. At least you know somewhat of what they're going to be doing, if they match your playstyle, and what you can bounce around idea-wise. So it should be a lot of fun to see what both of these teams have to offer.
Both of those teams had a bye in the first round, so they were fortunate enough to take a bit more time to get ready for the round 2, which they're playing in right now. But at the same time, they're now going to be playing their first game on stream, so the nerves might come today, especially because we haven't seen them play anything else, and we haven't found them in any of their history in professional games. So do you think nerves, when you first play on stream in your life, play a role, Rook?
I don't think... okay, if it's the first time in your life, it probably does. I remember back in my day, I was playing in like low elo tournaments for some Overwatch stuff. I was really enjoying that. And I remember being on stream fast and I was like... But then I mean, I'm quite an outgoing person. I love having like an audience, and it really gets me going. It really depends on the person. I really do think, because I know, for example, that a lot of the uni guys, it really does depend on the team. Some teams, for example, team who picked up the win most recently, being UEA, they absolutely thrive on stream. But I know there certainly are other teams who don't.
I definitely agree. I think it's a thing of preference. Teams and individual players. Some people shine when in front of the crowd. Some people tend to collapse. That's why we used to have the old saying, oh, let's see, do you do that on LAN? But that's not the case. We're still online, unfortunately. But hopefully, future tournaments we will be able to gather these fantastic teams on a LAN environment. The veto has come through, and as we expected, Icebox taken out, Haven taken out by Brexiter. Then Ascent and Split in the end, and we will be going to Bind, where Brexiter will be starting on defense. Talk to us about Bind a bit, Layla. How is Bind different from Ascent, which we just witnessed?
Well, first and foremost, the only stage with portals. So we're going to see maybe some plays with that one. And obviously you can fling in your utility on that as well to activate the sound effects, so you don't know if it's the player came through or if they're just firing a bolt through it. So you have to be very much on your toes when it comes to those kind of rotations out. And we're already going to see both of our sides start to lock in their respective players. I mean, no surprise to see a Killjoy coming out with this kind of environment as well. So definitely be on the lookout for a lot of these kind of plays. Both teams locking in the Reyna as well. So it should be a lot of fun here.
Are we expecting any cheese, Rook, from the defensive side?
No, probably not any cheese. I think it's very difficult to get any kind of cheese off here. I think if we're talking about specific agents, you kind of mentioned before that while Ascent isn't great for things like the Viper, could potentially see the Viper here. A lot of really nice one-ways you can set up and a lot of good walls as well. We are seeing the Astra get hovered a lot, and I've seen it a couple of times recently. I actually think it's super duper strong. I would not be surprised to see people pick it up.
I agree. We had a team pick Astra in one of the games off stream, and hopefully we will be able to get them on stream later on in the days to see that Astra come to full display, because they had won their game. And yes, we see Reggie locking in the Astra with 10 seconds to go. Go for any predictions. Layla, your prediction, quick. You've got 8 seconds.
Oh gosh. You know what? Sure, I'll go for Peak. Why not?
What about you, Rook?
I'm going to go for Brexiter. I mean, the Exeter squad in Uni have always been relatively solid in different esports. Why not here?
I will go for Brexiter because they start on defense and it's only a best of one. Now, Layla, Rook, have fun with this one.
We absolutely will. So thank you very much for that. And yeah, straight on into things. So already nothing surprising from our pistol shenanigans. Looks like everybody's mostly sticking to the classics. We've got 3 ghosts coming up on the side of Brexiter, so they want to take those chances. You know, you can't really double up the shield with them, but they are confident that they can get those headshots when they matter. So we'll see how they play.
Yeah, I think again aim comes up massive, especially in a lot of these rounds, and well, I'm expecting to see a lot of that heavily impact how these plays are going to come, because you're looking at things like the Astra. You can drag people out into the open and force them to 1v1 you. I love the usage of that kind of, well, gravity well. I was going to say black hole, but it's not really a black hole because, you know, it doesn't dense them down, but at least brings them in to a close quarters combat here. But Caesar will take down Poede early on here and, well, now puts Peak on a bit of a back foot. They're going to try and rotate a player over quickly to make sure they don't get caught out.
Yeah, that'll be a very careful here, and yeah, they're all pretty much just quickly swimming on back towards the left-hand side of this area, so they're all going to come down from the left. And again, looks like they're all very much focused on the other side and gets completely tagged as well. We're going to see 2 immediately drop from Official and the side. That's another one as well. So 3-on-3 situation between these 2 teams. Caesar will at least manage to get dropped down, so the spike is down. But again, already off to a good start.
Fika trying to get that jump shot. You know, I appreciate the hustle. It's good stuff. Trades back here. Oh, Caesar does get taken down, and that means that it'll be down to these ghosts to clean things up. But Hazy on this Reyna comes up huge and nets the round for their team.
Yeah, that did not start well for them, but at the same time, they held on where it mattered most, and it is going to be Hayes who gets the disarm, and that is going to be that. Skeezer will get the first point on the board. Very close from the 2 there, but hey, you know what? Things will hit jumping up and down just right to the box, and hey, if the shot hits, then that's all that matters.
Hey, yeah. I remember seeing someone, there's a sage wall in front, and they kind of just jump shot with the Vandal and insta headshot the enemy Omen. That was a beautiful thing to see, but I'll tell you what, I'd be tilted if I was the one on the receiving end.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Good start here for Schizo Peak. Obviously, they're going to be able to upgrade their weapons and put themselves in a pretty solid position. Even getting aggressive here. Love to see it from Renji, but likely going to find themselves in a difficult position with so many players pushing them. A lot of damage, to be sure. But obviously, the Raider's going to be able to full heal. A lot of it is mitigated, and the Astra can play relatively passive.
Yeah, so I was going to say a lot of spray damage, but just couldn't quite get the kills that they were looking for. Kerr is going to at least try and get a shot off with the Marshall. Gets at least a tag at the very least. The CC does have the shot on the back foot as well. Again, another 3v3 situation. And the spike is already down, but everybody is pretty much here. And this is the last place you want to be. Good quick shot from the burst. That is going to be quickly another 2v2. Now it is just World on the side. They at least get the eye up, but can they do anything else once they are forced backwards? Gets one headshot, but can't quite get the other.
And that's the weapon advantage right there. The Guardian coming out. Daisy finishes that one off. Oh, so close, though, as Brexit did really take them to the very bitter end.
Yeah, I was going to say very close as well. Like, Reina was another hit away from going down there, so... interesting that both of the last surviving players so far have been respective Reinas so far, so that could be an omen for the sign of things to come, but having said that, Schizo will at least take a 2-point advantage, so starting as they mean to go on, they've still got that Marshall in the back as well, and we do finally see some rifles being upgraded on the side of Brexiter.
You do? And Brexiter will finally be able to put up a little bit more of a fight, and maybe this will be what tips them over the edge. But it's going to be able to net this whole orb. So close to getting some shots heading our way. Caesar doesn't quite land it, and Schizo Peak playing more default from here on out, not wanting to contest all too much on this A site, but already got a play. Got that Astra sneaking up behind. They get a drop on them here, especially because there's no one watching this flank in the same way with a lot of that utility. Come up huge. They're turning towards it. Will they find a headshot? Oh, Renji, buddy! You need to hit those!
Somehow managed to hit right between two different players on two different occasions there. You hate to see that. And as a result, well, Schizo only have one player left, and it's F1. And if they're not going to go... Oh, they actually got two! They got two with that what?
The Colat there. Beautiful stuff from Fika. Is looking for a chance to be able to find one more frag here if they can, but getting aggressive with that Marshall is oh so difficult, especially when you have such limited utility.
Yeah, 3-on-1 advantage is not going to help them as well. They're all pretty much aimed right at that corner. Caesar is going to at least get the slow out as well, and that's going to force them to maybe push. Nope, they're going to start backing on up. They want to be able to save their weaponry as well. And yep, you can hear the sound of the portal. Now, 2 have left, so aim will be here just in case anything goes wrong, and that is exactly what they were looking for.
I like the passive play there, the patience from Aimkey. Good stuff to be able to pick up the round and, well, not lose anything out from extra from it. And good patience, and Brexiter winning the rifle round in pretty solid fashion.
That's exactly what they needed. Did not allow Schizo to start running away with that, and yeah, as you say, the second 2 went through that portal. It was just like, okay, there's the sound cue. Maybe everyone's gone. Knowing full well there could still yet be somebody on the point, and that's kind of what you want to be able to do, just to like bait them out. They know they have to go for the defuse, otherwise it's pretty much game over. So we'll see what they are going to be able to do in the next point. And I like the fact that they keep going for this wall so they can get the ult orb. It's a very risky thing, but they're at least getting away with it for the time being, and just mean they do have the res on up. And it's going to have one going down already. It's going to be the Reina for Schizo again.
I mean, is it good to trade a player to be able to secure that res? I don't know. That sounds pretty neutral, and then you're wasting all the rounds you've put on up to it so far. Schizo Peak putting themselves at a disadvantage could be massive. Zik at least manages to find one there, and Grade 8 does trade back as well. A lot of lack of sight control here. Renji even tries to push on into World, but it just doesn't seem to be going their way. Ball gets picked off by Fika's beautiful ultimate, and with the res that Brexit just generated purely from getting those frags, they're so far ahead now.
Yeah, again, another 3-to-1 advantage. And once again, Fukur is going to have to do it all. They will at least try and get some form of information up, so they at least ping a couple of bits of intel for themselves, and they slowly start to make their way onto the point, but they're looking the wrong way.
Fika could potentially get the drop on it, but Caesar is still watching this. They don't have a flash, they don't have anything, and there is their headshot. Good round here from Brexiter. Now that they've got some rifles on the board, things are looking that little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, they're definitely a lot happier in this position, and again, they've got the funds to pretty much be able to top those shields up as well. Only the Astra not really choosing to do so at the moment, but for the side of Schizo, it's really trying to figure out what you want to be doing here. Again, we're going to see the Marshal coming on out, but it looks like for the most part, they're going to keep hold of pistol rounds for the time being. And actually, no,
Right
yeah,
here.
Foucault's actually going to just drop that Marshal completely. So it looks like it is going to be a save for Schizo.
Revealing area.
Fika looking for that opportunity to peek out wide, but those smokes Astra obviously brings Brexit to have so many smokes with the Brim and the Astra. Normally we see the Astra replacing the Brim or the Omen here, but seems like they're happy to invest it and keep up a lot of those sight cutting off positions. Obviously Astra brings a lot to the board, so you always got to keep that in mind. Reggie's trying to sneak up here, look for that frag.
Yeah, no, neither side have dropped a player just yet as they slowly start to gather on towards the A push. Again, they've got a stage waiting for them, but crucially, can the stage get anything with their Sheriff? That's going to be the big question here. They're going to immediately poke, and unfortunately, nothing is going to go their way. That is going to be one down straight away, so Schizo will know they're all coming for A at this stage. And again, you can just see from the top of your screen the server finally starting to rejoin with the rest of their group, but everybody practically on A, and there comes the plant.
Lear comes out, but World still can't make it happen. Ziff with a good headshot there. Does mean that Schizo Peak aren't all too far behind. However, with such a lack of control and with such a lack of weaponry, things could still be very difficult for them. The slow even forces them back as well. They're still hunting for frags with that Sheriff. With a good headshot earlier, we could certainly see more from them. But there's such a massive amount of distance for them to try and cover. At least get one here. In fact, those Sheriffs look absolutely fantastic in the hands of Renji as well. But Sigan Peak on this Astra takes down another, and it's just Hayes versus 2 with this shorty. Sure, it might be close. They're going to be able to get a rifle and get the heck out of Dodge.
Yeah, they're getting the heck out of there, and rightly so. Now, I don't know if the rest of them will be able to do so as well. Yeah, that is going to be at least one down for each side, so Schizo will at least yoink a rifle and save with it. But crucially, it's going to be Brexter who do get that point in the end, but we'll see if Schizo can make any use of that rifle. Naturally, they've also got 4 ults on their side ready to go as well. Obviously, that res in there to boot, but again, so far, Brexter has had an answer for what they've been delivering so far for 3 consecutive points.
It has been impressive stuff so far from Brexiter when they've had these rifles. It's been Schizo Peak who are honestly answering a lot of the questions, and that's what you want to be doing on the attack. They're leveraging it well. Brexiter, sorry, and Schizo Peak just have not been on the same kind of page to be able to deal with a lot of that problems. Maybe if they find a little bit of their footing, they can do something here, but so far not starting off at least too well for them. They're going to have to shift it up.
Yeah, turret placed just in between the gap on that roll, and the slow is going to come down as well. CC just biding the time, allowing them to see if they want to poke on through, but unfortunately it's going to be Astra on their side of the field that's going to go down first. So again, not going to be able to make any use of any ult at the time being. Again, nobody wants to make this first push, it seems.
They're really done. Why they slipping in there through the smoke, wants to be that big spoiler, but with Ziff beating them to the punch, it's going to have to be that little bit more brilliantly played by this Raze right now. World has other ideas. They really want to make this happen. The issue is position of that spike right now. Caesar is already on the flank, but they're losing players left, right, and center. As Fika takes it down, Sigan Peak. Ziff is right here.
30 seconds left.
Very
Last
careful
player
and gets
standing.
the shot as well. So once again, it's just Fakir left. It's always seems to them at the moment that is left on the side. They'll chop down the wall, but unfortunately, guess who was already waiting for them? It was the Sage. And they'll get that plant down as well, just to add insult to injury. 4-2 is their lead now, and they're just racking up the money.
They really are. Brexiter, again, finding so much damage in round 2 meant that Schizopeak had so little to work with, and now they're finding themselves very much feeling the after effects of that one, even forcing up onto judges and specters, and while obviously in the second round that might be good, here in round 7, it's lackluster to say the very least.
Well divided.
And here comes the Astral. So the first time we've seen this for the tournament today. That is going to be a very quick kill for AIM, but they are going to get traded down as well. So 4-4 situation now, and as we see, Reina again just well, it looks like we'll all go through the portal. Yep, we're all going to A, and unfortunately, A is completely empty. So Schizo, you're about to hear another spike ticking on down, and no one is even close to it.
They really aren't here. Brexiter have run around Schizopeak and they just didn't have the position. They're all going to push in from this very same angle. And that could either be a blessing or a curse. Brexiter could easily gun them down if they're not careful, especially with World playing like this. They know now they're likely not anywhere close enough to be hit by that ultimate there. But there you see it. There is the drone. There's the push. There's the Leer. It's a little too late. Poirier takes down that first dragon. Caesar is already backing up. Doesn't want to get caught. Sikhan Peak does just that and takes down some of these players. Jumps on in and Caesar cleans on up. Brexiter with another round in the bag.
Yeah, and that's Vez ready to go as well for Sage as well. So yeah, that's what I love about Brexiter at the moment. Like Schizo were like they were wanted to play risky with the walls, trying to get the orbs as quickly as possible. Whereas Brexiter on the other hand is like, okay, we can get our orbs just by getting these frags. And Sir has 10. Look at that, 10 for the Sage as opposed to CC's 4. So a lot of confidence on the side of Brexiter, and it shows. 5-2 lead at the moment.
Brexiter with 3 ultimates equaling Schizopeaks. Even though they're behind, even though we've seen a lot invested from Brexiter, they've managed to keep up so far here. And, well, Schizopeak are going to need to leverage the fact that they now finally have rifles. I love that there's been a little bit more patient play as well in this round, buying them some time and forcing Brexiter to really come to them. Sorb's invested to try and deny the push as well, and, well, Schizopeak has started to get an idea of exactly what's coming here. Hayes is likely going to be that first point of contact, but Leah goes down as well in response, but they know exactly what this player is. World will take him down, and things are starting to open up.
Yeah, and again, that push is going to start happening rapidly here. Sisu is at least going to get themselves a slow orb down, and they at least managed to get down one with that. McCurd gets in with the charge as well, and that has very quickly turned straight back to the other way. And, well, how about that? It's going to be another quick little rinse on through here, and it's just the Sage left. So at least there's one with a 3-2 advantage right now. But crucially, they're all going to have to quickly rotate on back and buy themselves another time. Maybe go for a different play here.
The fact that they don't have this spike is the real problem for them. Maybe they could have rotated if they still had it. Dart doesn't land. Caesar takes down one, but it's going to be down to the Reina to win it out. But Fika on this Sova, just that little bit too much for them to surmount there. And as a result, Brexiter have started to find their position yet again.
Yeah, everyone just realised that the team name's changed somewhere in the midst of all of that, so I do apologise for casting on the wrong side of the field. Or just that little bit, so yeah, it's Schizopeak who are actually in the lead by 5 points to 3. So we'll see what both of these two teams have on offer now. Going into, well, rapidly approaching the end of the first half, we've still got a couple more points to go, but again, look at how consistent they've been so far, and Schizo, well, they'll be sad that they conceded that point, but they still know exactly what they're doing. They still have that smoke already down, immediately trying to pep on through, get any kind of damage and intel. The shot ball goes out as well, but nothing else found from that just yet.
It's a big already looking to march on up that long. Some good smokes going in. It could be a real problem for Brexiter to try and deny this. Good concussion to maybe buy some time. Lear completely covers them. Renji hasn't quite got caught yet. He's still expecting this push to come on through. They're all coming through long, however, and he will be made short work of there. And lucky to see, Fika still holds their ground. They were big in the last round. Can they be big again?
Scanning ahead.
Yeah, it's starting to get that way, isn't it? It was just unfortunate they were looking the wrong way at all times. They were consistently looking to that window and not to the archway. So 4-2 advantage. The spike is going to get planted here, so it's going to be another successful plant. But crucially, it's a 4-2. Make that 4-1 now. And for Kurt, well, they've got it all to do here if they want to try and get anything out of this matchup.
Really do. I think Ficker saw that Caesar is up there. They're going to peek out on the angle, take him down. A beautiful off angle, and well, Brexit find themselves losing at another. Their rounds now doubled, and well, Schizo Peak looking like they're going to have a pretty solid half on the attacking side here of Bind.
Yeah, Brexit started off nicely. They had those 2 points in the bag, but so far Schizo Peak have managed to rally quite nicely. I mean, look at that, 5 points in a row before Brexit finally yoinked one away, but that's the consistency from Schizo Peak so far. And it looks like we're going to have another Astral on the horizon.
Righto. Still playing the angle. Pushing up aggressively here, knows that the only way they're going to be able to find around here is some kind of cheese. And unfortunately, well, it wasn't a very good one. It wasn't finely aged or anything like that. It was just trying a little bit too hard, like American cheese, too plasticky, and well, not rigid enough to actually stand up to any scrutiny here. They get taken down, they lose players. They at least managed to get one back, so a little bit of econ damage is always going to be very welcome here. That is the play we're looking for. Can Renji find that little bit more?
Yeah, it was really good from them, and Renji again goes straight on up. And again, just biding their time here. It's a 3-on-3 situation. As Sigan again, just going to bide the time as well. The turret is there, just surrounded in that smoke. So we're going to see more battles coming on in, but it's going to be Forgot again going on down. World get themselves overhealed. It is just the one person left, and it is a Haze. And the Haze is gone all the way to B.
Yeah, good round though for them. Picking up a couple of frags, even netting a rifle there. I think Brexter are very happy with how that one went.
Yeah, another spike dropping on down there, so Schizo gets themselves a point. Again, a lot of damage taken, but crucially, most of the team do survive, so they'll at least keep some form of credibility on their side. And with that 4-point lead as we rapidly approach the end of the first half, and well, I guess it's no surprise to anybody that the Raze is rocking them wonderful, wonderful sniper rifles again.
Yep. Ziff with some impressive frags earlier. Looking forward to seeing them do that little bit more. Interested to see exactly how they're going to leverage this. We see a lot of Raze players also being Jet players sometimes for the team. And here on Bind, I mean, it makes sense to play this Raze over the Jet. It's a lot more effective and brings the extra bit of utility to the squad.
You're absolutely right, and the shock bolt not going to find anything this time round. So again, Schizo just biding the time. They're all thinking about this B push. And Schizo and Brexter are a bit more scattered, it must be said. We've got 2 over on A, 3 on B, but then obviously there's going to be a lot of utility being utilized there. And again, Vegan just biding their time, and now here comes the ult. So big old wall is up. And we're going to see exactly what comes of this. And in fact, they're using this as a distraction, actually. They're using it as a diversion. They're all hopping over towards A. And I don't know if they know that this is what's happening. There's 2 waiting for them. But it looks like the rest of them are starting to rotate with them.
That slow orb goes in. Renji tries to get the flank. They could instantly go back here. I think that would be the right call, but it looks like they... Oh, no. Okay. They're no longer dead set on that A site. You can already see the Sova rotating back from Brexit, getting ready, trying to deny that play, but he's going to have to come up big. Fico has definitely performed before. They're going to need to step up here because otherwise this execute will be quick and clean.
Yeah, and they're already in there. There's one lurking. You know exactly who it is, so the girl will know full well that they are all here, and everybody is now rotated around, so the spike is at least up to it. It's going to get taken out, and Fakur again just catches Exalt. They immediately ran straight through that smoke and caught them on the back foot. Blazer's going to come up as well. Fakur is on absolute fire here. Couldn't quite find the next laser they were looking for, but look at that. Everyone is down.
Yeah, good stuff there from Brex to be able to pick it up, and Fika picking up that first frag, turning on that Hunter's Fury and instantly taking down another. Good coordination. Braxton to be able to pick that one up as we head on into the final round of the half here. And Ziff still got the operator on, like they want to lock down some of those longer angles, and the rest of the team sitting pretty on the majority of the rest of it. They've only got one ult to work with, but that wall, that obviously very large wall that you get out of the Astra ultimate, can make a big difference. I know they used it to try and bait out a rotate there, but I actually think it's really good at actually just going for that execute.
Yeah, it was an odd moment there where they did the double swing back as well. It was like they went for it with the diversion, then they went straight back the second they lost Renji in the midst of all of it. So, very interesting scenario, but again, it worked out for Brexter in the end, and it looks like the smokes are going to come down. Hayes will throw out one of their own and immediately try and tag some damage. Can't quite get the elim that they were looking for, but it looks like here comes the big old push. CC's going to get nothing on that because the eye is up. They're going to have to just take shield for the time being behind the boxes. Smokes and orbs are at least coming on out. They'll take one down. And that is going to be the Killjoy. They get the Sage as well. But finally gets taken down themselves. 3-3 situation. Still,
Oh no! They're all stacked
God,
up!
what a shot!
Who's got the snacks?
What a shot!
Switching
Schizo
sides.
peak. That was a little bit suspect from them there. Way too far forward in that play. They needed to retreat way quicker. Otherwise, they're just going to get caught like that. Brilliant stuff from Ziff to be able to land a beautiful showstopper.
Living up to its name. 3 for the price of 1. And that is how you end the first half in style. 7 points to 5. Schizo having conceded 2 points there right towards the end. They'll not be happy with how that ended at all as we go into our second pistol round of the session. And yeah, they've got a bit of things to tidy on up here because that is that's not what we're used to seeing from them.
No. It's so peak. I've been playing super well on this offense though. Let's see how they're going to change things up on the defense though. They're going to click on forward through that wall as quick as they possibly can. Not necessarily expecting a player from above, but with that shot position is given away. Caesar's still playing here. He's going to play from above. Deal. Okay. Oh, whiff every shot. And Beaker's going to be the one to just push on through. Finally, Caesar finds their mark and will find a third as well. Schizo Peak shut down. Pretty prompt push.
Yeah, that started really well, and then despite whiffing a couple of shots, still managed to pick that up thanks to the rest of their team. And that's something you always have to remember. It's like this is very much a team game. If you are unfortunately having one of those moments where the shots are just unfortunately not finding the mark, as long as you've got somebody who is able to still being able to tag on behind you, you're absolutely fine. Which is why you see so many assists on the side of Schizo Peak.
Have been really well coordinated in that, so good stuff from them as Sigan Peak. Holding down that position has put down a lot of utility and is able to buy their team a lot of space off the back of it. It means they can just play this position, clean up 2 players, and then get the heck out of there as they really don't want to go down. Knows that they give away that Spectre, and well, a lot of the control that they have could easily be ceded here. Wide peak there from Aim Key means that you're just not going to be there much longer. Already, oh, Fika with the Ghost does manage to win out the duel even with the spray. These Oscar players, they're oh so low. Slord goes on in. They're completely in a terrible position. Sika Peak almost goes down to their own teammates. Nano Swarm there. But as you're trying to push on out, it just doesn't work. You're going to get cleaned up. With shots of weapons, if can they finish him off? No, they can't at all. So Peak moved to 9.
Yeah, well held there in the end. Managed to get the defuse, and again, just that tidy up. That entire session pretty much started with that double on the side of Astra. So pretty much started as it meant to go on. Obviously, I love the wherewithal to immediately get that double, immediately know that they're probably going to throw a grenade in there and just immediately exit that room and allow the rest of your team to try and give you that help in hand. And again, you can already see everybody on the side of Schizo Peak very much getting on board with it. Like, even if they're not getting the kills, like you see the killjoy, they've got 11 assists. Not 11 assists, that's 11 deaths. Ignore me, I'm being really dumb.
It's okay. Sometimes it's KAD, sometimes it's KDA. You know, I wish people would be more consistent. I think KDA is the standard one that we should stick with, though.
Yeah, that was my own fault. Massive apologies. Anyway, we're gonna get straight back on in to the thick of things, and already Amy's just gonna know full well that is right there. That's utility coming through and gets the headshot. So Renji runs straight on into that, and now throws out the molly as well, just to slow them down that little bit more. Rexer already with 1 player disadvantage. We're gonna see what is gonna be the next call here, as again we see the spike pretty much staying in that middle area at the moment.
not wanting to commit all too hard to anything. They know they don't have much of an advantage anyway because they haven't found those opening frags. That runaway play was just a little bit too cheeky there for Schizo Peak. Shouldn't have been able to get that one. You have to be a little bit sad if you're Brexiter. But with the smoke starting to come on in to try and deny that push, it's going to be even harder for them to make it happen. 35 seconds on the clock, and they've got to start to move sometime soon.
Yeah, you don't have that much time left on the clock, and utility is starting to come on out. Exalt's gonna get one, make that two headshots, pretty much in a row. Can they get any further versus with this? There's only one left. There they are. That's a flawless for Schizo. And yeah, that was, again, beautifully timed, just nice, patient play, allowing Brexit to make that initial move. And yeah, really good placement just to hide right in the corner of that smoke and just catch every single one of them as they came through the window.
Yep, beautifully done, and Brexiter not checking for it for a lot of that round. Finally, they managed to get the spray on through, but they'd already gotten out of there, and they whiffed every single shot, got away with one of the cheekiest positions you could be playing on that B site. So, good stuff, again, from Schizo Peak, because they moved to double digits and really are rocking on through this defending half. This is where things will generally get a lot stronger for them. Concuss means Renji just can't push forward on that one, even though they oh so sorely wanted to.
Yeah, you could tell that they were really wanting to go for that sprint, but the push onto A is still very much happening, and there's two not there with it, and Ziggin is actually going to get taken out of this, so this strong push still managed to go through and has still worked, and two up on Schizo still rotating back in. They at least managed to get one down at the very least. It's AIM once again who's contributed to that. Smokes, I feel like, are going to come down as well, and Reggie's going to be right in the middle of that. Here comes CT on behind, starting to fire over the show, gets a headshot at least for the double. And again, back to a 2v2, make that 2v1. It's just Kurt left, and unfortunately tagged by AIM. So 3 for AIM in that matchup, and with 2 left alive, it's gonna be, is that enough time for a defuse?
I believe it is. I think they have just about enough time. You will be able to make it. Take it a little bit close there, AIM. 34 on, and well, hey, great start for Schizo Peak. They're only 2 rounds away from picking this one up. An impressive performance from them so far, as they really have been kicking things off strongly. They invested that res as well from Caesar. Great call to use it, and they come out of the round with still 2 players alive. You look at that econ, Brexiter only have 1 more round left in it.
Going to be damage limitations here. They've got to try and pull off a win or 2 here, otherwise they're definitely going to be fighting from underneath, especially if Schizo are able to win this next point and put themselves on match point. So here we go again, and it looks like a full commitment to B is on the horizon, and to be fair, Schizo are fully split up here, but again, trying to gather that utility, trying to gather that information where possible. That is going to be a trap immediately deployed, and it looks like that's going to catch every single one of them in there.
At least to some degree, it's a decent amount of damage when you add it all up. But Exo ultimately happy to bring more to the table. That lockdown is weirdly timed, and Ziff will easily be able to put a stop to that one. No way, Jose, not a 4th one here for us, as Caesar will be able to come onto the site, almost sent off as quickly as they came. Ziff with a beautiful set of plays on this race so far. The aggression, I have been loving it. The issue is that there's too many long angles for them to try and contest here. Renji, 1 versus 1. And I don't think the wall is still up for Caesar. They just don't have a lot to work with here. Peeking, giving their position away. 28 seconds. Going to be able to get that half and likely going to jump off there. Renji, maybe expecting it, going to tap it, going to go for it, going to stick it. There's the shot. There it is! And Caesar picks up another as Schizo Peak move to match point.
Yeah, again, patiently played as always from Schizo, taking it to half and then going, alright, you know you've got to come out, because you know full well if I keep going at this, you're going to have to stop me. And yeah, just baited them out, dropped it at the right moment, and again, getting that first shot in where it mattered most. So if they can keep this up, I mean, you look at the stats right now, it's been 5 points in a row for Schizo. Just 1 more is all they're looking for to tie this on up. It was a bit all over the place towards the end of the first half, where they were trading out points, but now it looks like it is Schizo's to lose.
It really is. Brexiter have found themselves on a one-way collision with losing this round if they're not so careful. Ziff wants to pop off here, wants to be the big play. As the judge can definitely claim a lot of names and takes just about enough as they need to. You see it here. You can see the Empress on board for World. They've been so scary. Other parts of this game. Already going to try and near it. Campeak starts things off strong, but Boyde's still holding the angle. He's still sitting in that position. He turns over, but the headshots are there. It's 1 versus 2. Can Exalt clutch it out?
Well, they're gonna have to do a fair bit of work to do so, and yeah, oh gosh, and make that a 3v1 situation as well. The Reds coming on up and brings Reyna right back into it. So 3-on-1 situation. I don't see how Exalt is going to get anything from this. Maybe they'll try and get at least a pit there. They'll at least get a headshot. Can they get anything else with that? They'll throw on a trap and immediately leg it. They know they can't disarm that, but I don't know if they're going to make this portal in time. One will. I don't know if Sage will. They won't. So it is only one left up alive for Brexiter.
It really is. Good stuff for them to be able to pick up the round, and it's all down to your boy Ziff on that raise. Brilliant performance from them. Now they're not too far away from that showstopper. We know how just how terrifying they can be with it. The 3K earlier was certainly something to remember. Schizo Peak, sure, they're 1 round away. They still have the rifles as well. They're not exactly in a bad spot by any way, shape, or form. Caesar is so close to that res too.
Yeah, I was going to say, that res at this stage will be massively helpful. Brexiter having to use that to try and at least save some kind of utility, but unfortunately they lost it right towards the end as well, so that will not help them in their course whatsoever. And obviously, to really get that back, you're going to have to really, hopefully, get into a really good position to get these frags in as well, as the trap is going to come down. It's going to delay Renchi's assault just that little bit longer. Everybody's pretty much at B, and the rest of Schizo are starting to rotate around to them as well. Smoke's being deployed. Here comes the Sky. It's falling on down into the window. Nothing that they can really do. And at this stage, if you're Brexiter, do you stay on this push or do you try to rotate out? Because it looks like it's a very hard one to push into at the moment.
Indeed it is. And while Schizo Peak are actually rotating away, interesting to see here, Brexiter are still sticking with it. They might be thinking about going for that push now, but are they going to stick? Are they going to rotate? They're still not committing. They've got 5 players there, but it wouldn't even be a terrible call. The issue is Schizo Peak are looking at this and going, we could look a little bit foolish in the fact that we've rotated so many players off. The wall buys that little bit of space. The recon dart only scans 1. I think they have an idea now. Turret goes up. You've got to come up huge here. Doesn't take more than 1, but 1 is enough to buy the time. The turret slowing down a little bit. He's going to plant in the box here. Interesting decision from Brexiter here. They've got the Empress here for Hayes. They need to be finding that opening pick. Molly goes on in to cut off a lot of those routes, and Caesar is already here. The frags are coming through thick and fast.
Yeah, I was going to say that's 2 done already. Ziff at least gets a headshot, but guess what? It's just for Curl left. Guys, oh my gosh, that's a double. No, they win the phone. They can't. Oh, they can't. They had such a good ending there, but unfortunately, it's them versus the world, and the world always seems to win it on out. 13 to 6. Schizo, despite rotating just a little too early in that point, it worked for them in the end. They are through into the next rounds.
Beautifully done, and I'm so impressed with what they were able to bring to the table. Well, Schizo Peak with a brilliant set of rounds and honestly dominant performance, especially from Caesar and World. Really, really blown out of the park by what that Sage was able to bring to the fore. And well, I'm excited to potentially see more of it later on.
What a performance we had from Caesar on the battle Sage. He brought it to the table. 6 first bloods on that Sage. World as well, securing the round with that clutch 1v1. I gotta give props to the Sova. I think it was Fikir on the losing side. What a valiant effort from him and his team. It was a very, very good game. I would say the scoreline doesn't do it justice to how close some of those rounds actually were. Would you agree, Leila?
I actually would agree with that. Like, we saw Fikir get some monumental clutches towards the end, and even with the ones that didn't quite go their way, they were still able to find their way through on some really interesting angles as well. But again, you gotta give credit where credit due. Everybody in that matchup on both sides of the field played incredibly well. We had some interesting moments from both sides. We had a Killjoy just literally camped in the corner with spokes up, just rinsing through the team as they all came through the window. So everybody had their moments. Everybody had their fair share of shenanigans. But Very good matchup. I feel like the score should have been a little bit closer, but again, that is another round on this tournament where we've seen two teams do some incredibly amazing moments.
We saw on Astra on both sides. We wanted it. We wanted the Astra. We got plenty of Astra. Not Viper or Yoru yet, but both Astra players were fantastic. I think the ultimate placement was beautiful. Even in that last round, we saw how he divided the map completely in half. Although they kind of bit into that fake that the attacking side was posting up, Schizo Peak placed a beautiful ulti to slow them down, and then Killjoy getting one off. I think one big takeaway I would have from that particular game, I think it was what I would consider saying in MOBA titles an outdraft to some extent. I was looking at Schizo Peak playing both the Astra and the Brimstone. When you have such a lineup that has the Brimstone and the Astra, you can't ever allow them to plant the spike, because then that mini black hole, that Molly, then that Brimstone ultimate, the orbital strike, you can't really defuse the spike. And you need to slow them down and win your defensive rounds, because then when they're going to switch to defense, they had a Sage, they had double smokes. How can you ever take control of sites? And I think that's what, for me, was the big difference in that match. What about you, Roke?
Yeah, that and kind of the Nano Storm as well from the Killjoy.
Exactly.
You've got loads of stuff to really work with, and it just can make life, well, a living hell, honestly, in some of those rounds for them. It was very difficult to make that retake happen, and, well, we saw a lot of the rounds get a little bit more scrappy than relying on maybe those mollies and things like that, but even if they'd wanted to play more default, they absolutely could have. They had a lot of flexibility to work with.
Looking at both of the teams, we mentioned Caesar and World. Which one would be your MVP, Rook?
I mean, I'm a big fan of support players in general and kind of the Sentinels as well. Yeah, I would say Caesar, as much as World did a great job, especially in a lot of those retakes. I think there's definitely an argument to be for them. Caesar, for me, at the very least.
What about you, Layla? Your MVP of that series?
I think they both did incredibly well. I feel like a shout does have to go for. I mean, obviously, I'm a Sage player as well, so I definitely feel like the MVP should go to them as well. But at the same time, World was always there to pick up the pieces in case anything went wrong, and credit to both of them. So I'll split this MVP up. I will give it to World.
For me, it has to be Caesar. I think he was just so impactful on the attacking side. Beautiful performance, like I said. 6 first bloods, time and time again, with beautiful placed walls. And he was kind of the playmaker of the team, I would say, in some of those very crucial rounds, especially in the early stages of the first half. So for me, it has to be Caesar.
Yeah, that's especially important considering they're playing Sage. That being a playmaker on Sage, well, that's certainly very difficult.
Exactly. But that was the final game of round 2, and now let's take a quick look at some of the results. Our first team that we had on stream, Elon Muscle, has won their game against the Ninky Nonks, going into the quarterfinals again, where they will be facing the Lancaster Bombers a bit later on today, probably in like half an hour or so. We also see, still in round 2, a game between Washed and Watt Wyverns going overtime, I think, because they've been playing for over 55 minutes currently. So that must be a very close game. Question mark VLR, they were the team that secured quarterfinals even before we went in here. They're still waiting for their opponent. But then the next game we will be looking on stream is between AGCB Esports and the Jaha Blast. Both of the teams played one game. Jaha Blast blasted out of the server the Coventry Crosshairs on a 13-2, and the AGSB Esports beat Homage, I think, with the scoreline was 13-1. Please correct me if I'm wrong, production. But yeah, AGSB Esports and Jaha Blast will be our quarterfinal coming soon after a break.
I've been drinking, think I faded way too much, don't think I'll make this on my own.
Feeling like there's no other way. Talk about a long night trip. No, no, no. Don't ever wait. You kept traces of my vows. Your frames are divided in my thoughts. Your love. Dance so I can feel your lips. Oh no, no. Don't ever look away. You fill the spaces in my heart. Your friends are nowhere to be found. We're tripping all around and girl, we don't know nobody. There's people all around, but girl, it's our private party. No, we don't know nobody. There's people all around, but love, it's our private party. And I'm tripping, you're tripping, trip, trip. You're tripping, you're tripping. Trip, trip. You're trip, and I'm tripping. Dancing, talk about a long night trip. No, no, no. Don't ever wait. You kept traces of my vows. Your frames are divided in my thoughts. We're tripping all around and girl, we don't know nobody. There's people all around, but girl, it's our private party. No, we don't know nobody. There's people all around, but love, it's our private party. And I'm tripping, you're tripping. Dancing in slow motion. Feeling all my emotion. Dancing in slow motion. Feeling all my emotion. Dancing in slow motion. Feeling all my emotion.
Welcome back to the World Connected Series 2021. I am Wax and I'm joined by Rook and Layla in what is about to be the first quarterfinal of today's tournament. We have AGSB and Jaha Blast on our hands today. We have the draft already coming through. We're gonna fast forward right now because the teams are very keen to play Layla and Rook. The JB bans Haven, AGSB bans Split. Then JB took out Icebox, and then AGSB with Bind. So that takes us again onto Ascent. Kind of expected, I would say, Rook.
Yeah, it is to be expected. I'm kind of sad to not see the split or the icebox yet. We're not even getting close as well, because it got banned away at the, one before bind. But, I mean, Ascent, again, very solid map. Not a huge surprise to see it, yeah.
The importance of this game is actually really, really high, considering if you win this game, you are securing a spot in the semifinals tomorrow, Leila. Do you think these teams are actually thinking about tomorrow, or they're just focusing on the first game at hand today?
I honestly think a lot of players will be like, we focus on one game at a time. I mean, obviously, in the back of your mind, you're thinking about, you were one match away from that top four situation. You're always getting closer to that prize pool, but at the same time, you always take one match at a time because you just never know what is going to happen.
Exactly, especially in a best of one, you never know. If you start on the defensive side or on the attacking side, depending which one you're more favorite, that might put you at a disadvantage, and then you just might throw the game by mistake when you're actually trying to maybe come up with something different. Do we know anything about the players? Because I couldn't find absolutely anything, and I know it's quite hard to ask you guys to maybe come up with predictions based on the fact that we might not have enough information about the teams.
Not anything that I at least initially saw. I'm still having a look to try and see if I can find some extra info wherever I darn well can, but at least nothing off the top of my head. I recognize a couple of these players. I recognize Adanexus, actually, coming on through. I've seen them in a couple of tournaments before, and, well, they've been relatively solid before. They're often this duelist players, and we can obviously see as they're already hovering that jet.
Yeah, we're looking at what they're hovering over, and very similar lineups, only the defenders seem to be hovering over a Raze instead of a Sova that Brogy is looking at on the attacking side. Do you think the trade-off is worth it to pick a Raze instead of a Sova, Leila?
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, they both do very different roles at this point. Raze obviously going in for a lot using their utility to follow on through with those pushes and whatnot. And obviously, you got the showstopper as well. Whereas with the Sova, that's a lot more info gathering side of things. Yes, you've got the bolt to sort of like poke on through, but you're generally playing more ranged and up close as with Raze. So really just depends on your play style.
We have a lot of fans of these teams in the chat because so far 35,000 points have been invested in predicting the result of the game, with 64% going in favor of AGSB Esports. But Leila, what is your prediction looking at these two lineups?
Between these two, honestly, I'm not entirely sure. I'm going to go with AGSB. Honestly, I don't know how this is going to really play out, but that's going to be my initial prediction. Hopefully it'll be close.
Leila went with the chat favorites. What about you, Rook?
I'm going with Yaha Blast because I'm looking at Adanexus and I'm like, well, that's the player I know. Better the devil you do know than the devil you don't.
Absolutely. Well, this game is underway. Leila, Rook, have fun with this one as well.
Thank you very much. We certainly will. The first of our quarterfinal matches, and we are in to our first pistol round of the session. And already we're going to see, well, I guess we're not really too surprised to see a Jet decide to pick up the Frenzy. Normally we just see the classics and the ghosts come out as of late, but it's nice to see the Frenzy still getting some love.
It is. I mean, I think it's still very strong. Even with the nerfs bringing it to 500, it's definitely a weapon that a lot of people are still very happy to bring. And I mean, those spray downs, especially if you can get those headshots at medium range, is pretty darn terrifying.
Yeah, it's quite notorious for that. And off we go, and Ray's going to go immediately in. I was very brave to go straight into that. Got flashed as well. Flash location, and pretty much the bolt scouted them as well. So very interesting decision to go in with that. Ray having to very much retreat and go on the back foot. And now the rest of the group are just going to immediately emerge. It's going to be Fudge who gets the initiative. Ad will now finally fling on in a dangerous position to be and gets shot down through the smoke.
Yeah, it was a little bit too dangerous from there as they get caught out because of it. Roji still waiting on the other side of this. Needs to hit another shot, but can't manage to hit a lot of what Ray takes putting out there. Now, on the retake. At least manages to claim one before there are too many players, too little time as last remaining player of Yaha Blast sitting under there, taken down by AGSB.
The first point on the board for AGSB. A lot of trades back and forth between a lot of those pistol firings, and you gotta feel for them a little bit there. I mean, we thought it was going to be a very odd start for HESB where they just dashed on in, with the Jet, and then immediately realized that is a terrible decision and got caught with every utility under the sun. But they managed to hold it off. The 3 managed to survive towards the end, so really good retake from them, and we'll see what Jaha Plus decides to do. It looks like they're all ganging up towards that B area again. Well, no, sorry, not again. They did 8 last time round, but yeah, all looking towards B now at the moment.
Will be at a Nexus. For a shot to push on through here. Obviously, with that pistol, it's going to be a little bit difficult for them. The dark cover doesn't quite lead to their death just yet as they push on through aggressively. However, moving to this crossfire of Fungi and Doritos here can be a bit of a problem, especially when they've got these vectors. They can just hold down the left click and finish off the rest of you here. 2 players left remaining, and they are oh so sorely pinned. Just cleaned on up. Good stuff from Fungi there.
Yeah, and nice flawless for them in the early stages, and yeah, that was the wrong place to be if you were Jaha Blast. Everyone who went into that corridor just immediately ate nothing but bullets. So this AGSB already off to a nice, fantastic start, but obviously it is still early phases. We'll see if they can maintain that once we start seeing everybody buying on up to those rifles a bit more consistently. Yeah, really good start for them.
It really is. Beautiful way to kick things off, and well, pretty easily close out that second round. Raytech again with the aggression, this time quite so successful, and in fact gets caught. That's the problem. If you're going to dash up there, mate, you have no way to get back out. The Proji easily capitalizes on that one. They just weren't ready for it.
Careful.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's sometimes it's a bit too much risk. If you cannot get a kill off in the first exchange, you pretty much a sitting target if you try to retreat back on out. So we are gonna see more info starting to gather on up as Nexus is gonna be the one who sneaks on in. They'll know exactly somebody is there. Will they be able to get the poke out of this? Well, the flash is going to come up. They both flashed each other. I think they both got caught there, but crucially, it is going to be the Jet who goes down first. Gamma is on standby along with the Omen. They at least get one, but they're all grouped up, and the spray is at least going to take out Gamma from that. So 3 versus 3 in this exchange, and well, guess what? We're heading towards B now.
That was a pretty messy start to the half. AGSB and Jaha Blast both just opting in for that aggressive play. Oh, the alarm bot will give away the position, and there's a lot of nanoswarms to try and buy some time as well. The Broji was not expecting that at all. The lockdown from Fungi here could be absolutely massive. Buy so much time and completely stop this push. Eternum is still pushing in. They just want to get that spike down. They can play towards back of site as well. This isn't all the disaster it's made out to be because of the positioning. It's so hard to properly get this this lockdown down in time. But there it is. There's the push. Osa already getting aggressive here, and that lockdown is going to find absolutely nothing on the play back. And well, AGSB just funnel them in and take them on down.
Yeah, it was an inspired decision to go for the counter of their own, but unfortunately the push had already started, and again, with the numbers advantage, all they need to do is hit the shots consistently, and that was that. So 3 points in a row now for AGSB, and they are hanging on to this quite nicely, and well, guess what the Jets bring in?
You love to see it, Raytech. Hopefully not going to get super aggressive like we saw from them before, playing that more passive style. You know, the Jets, which hold the angle and dash away when they get pushed, rather than dashing forward to kick things off. Much more sensible if you're playing that operator.
Yeah, they'll not want to be doing that with the last thing you want to be doing. Like, it's a risk, but don't take it with one of the more expensive weapons in this game.
You really don't want to be. And Jaha Blast, while they haven't found a round yet, they've gotten relatively close and have had some good frags here and there. So you can't contest them like that. You can't overpush them. Jaha Blast will be all too happy to punish you for over-aggression, as we saw when they managed to deny that push earlier on.
Doritos just about being a little careful there. It's going to be Ocean who gets the initiative, and that is going to be a double for Sad Life. So that is already straight back on the other side of things. AGSB in complete control again. It's just the Jet. That's the second flawless for AGSB, and that is a 4-0 lead. And this is looking like an uphill battle for Jaha Blast here.
Yeah, they just lined themselves up for Sad Life. I don't know, my prediction's not looking so hot, at least early on here, but still a lot of time to work with, and enough time to hopefully put a kill onto Fungi here. Don't want them going perfect. So far, they have been ever so clean.
Yeah, I was going to say, we've got Doritos, Ossa, and Fungi, all of which have not gone
Stay
down
safe.
once so far, but obviously the one with the most kills is the Killjoy. So, as we go into point number 5, and Raytech again just going to bide their time, watch one piece of utility be exploded on towards A site, and obviously, if this first shot is able to land, this could be devastation.
He could be. Raytech is looking for that opening. Takes down Fudge here.
A.
He's already looking for that little bit more. The Rolling Thunder even as well. Okay, you really should be hitting that. And Adonexus even claims a player off the back of it. Now Raytech is not a problem, but trade 1-for-1, playing at range. Fungi just about manages to make it out before a so well-timed headshot. Gamma still playing forward, doesn't want to let them get away with too much space. Brogy playing underneath here, just buying them the time, buying them the control, but he just isn't able to stop Fungi from taking down Gamma there. The spike has still got to go down, even though they're firing a lot of shots to deny this push. They're in a bad way.
Yeah, they at least managed to take down Fungi, but it's a 2v2 situation. The spike will be going down this time around. It looks like Doritos is looking for a little bit of a pick themselves, but it's going to be Brogy who forces them back just enough. So both teams, with a player very much hurt, both teams with another relatively at decent health, and that now is just the Omen left. Will Doritos find the final hit, or is this going to go the opposite way? Jaha have 2 up. They've got all the work to do. They cannot find it, and Jaha Blast finally not just get a point on the board, but make sure that everybody on the side of AGSB does finally have 1 death.
Good stuff from Jaha Blast to be able to actually pick that one up, and well, those rifles finally working out for them. Good aggression, good stuff from Brogy as well, getting deep on that site and playing well around it. Is easily going to be able to net them that round on back. So, well, it's going to be a buy-up again from AGSB. They're even rebuying the operator for Raytech here, which I love to see that they're happy to invest to try and pick up these rounds.
They did get a couple of, well, I say a couple of frags. They got the first one beautifully, and then the second one, unfortunately, we thought it was a surefire hit, but unfortunately not finding their market. It can be like that sometimes, and we are going to see, once again, we're going to get themselves reconned up, so that's going to give the game away, and, well, we know what's coming next.
Really do. Adonexus even dashes on in to secure that extra space on site. AGSB gonna have to rotate back for this one. Get and play for that retake. Is Jaha Blast oh so happy to go back here? It's where they've had all the success. Why not try and repeat it?
Everybody is very much still up here. AGSB crucially only really have the 1 ult at the moment. Another smoke is going to go out, so they know something will be coming. Flash goes up as well, and Nexus having to rate it on out. The operator gets 1 shot fired, but does not get the pick that they were looking for. Ray is going to bring it back on up. It's going to be Satellite who goes down next by Omen. Next by Omen. That's a triple. That is a triple there and then. So beautifully played there, and that surely will be that. Ray can get out of there in time, and that is picked up on the get-go, and that will be that. Jaha Blast get themselves another one in there, but goodness me, Sova went nuts there.
Yeah, huge stuff from Brogy, just holding down that angle, and AGSB couldn't find a way to really deny them. Really need to be careful of that player, because their aim has been on point so far. Shout out to Adonexus for clipping Raytech right at the end there and taking him down. Even choosing not to pick up the operator, but at least denying it from the opposing side. Got to be pretty happy with that one. Raytech's now going to be on those knives, as they just don't have the economy to play with much else.
Yeah, I was going to say, not everybody is able to do as consistently as they like to with the operator, which is understandable. It still packs one heck of a punch, but crucially, as you say, AGSB cannot utilize it in this round, and obviously they're gonna have to work their way back up that money ladder to be able to get that back. So Ray again finds themselves on point A. Can they get any purchase off that? They know full well that it's going to be another peak war. Not quite finding the mark they'd like to, but again, it gives the information to Jaha Blast, knowing full well that, well, we know one jet stat, just don't know where everybody else is.
Yeah, they don't. Jaha Blast still looking to try and play passive while they're setting up for this arrow to get that little bit of extra info. Fungi There's been a thorn in their side so far. Still playing this site. I think they're kind of looking at it and going, well, do we want to push onto the site where we know Fungi is going to be waiting? We want to try and deny them that little bit more, and losing players as they just push on in is the disaster that Yaha Blast did not want to be afflicted with.
Yeah, it was 3 down in the space of 1 smoke there, and now here comes the showstopper. That's the last thing they need, and that, my friend, is another flawless, having conceded 2 points. That is the kind of snapback you expect to see in AGSB. Well, I feel like a little bit more comfortable now.
Yeah, got their control on that round quite well, and this time again it was just brilliant play from Fungi and Osa, the ones topping that scoreboard. Yaha Blast, I think you got to be looking at a B site and going, well, how do we even make that happen? Every single time we push it, we just get completely destroyed.
Yeah, they're happier pushing onto that A, but you can only do it so many times before AGSB find a more consistent style to be able to defend it. And Ray again going all the way up front. They know full well they're tucked into the corner. They'll at least get their headshot, but they'll have to trade themselves out as Fudge is going to be there waiting for them. So again, the rest of the party was pretty much there. So really, they were just looking for at least a trade.
They wanted to get something there. Trading 1-for-1 isn't all too bad, honestly, for Yaha Blast, because they can now leverage the fact that there's it's quite a large map, so you can try and catch those rotates and have that man advantage on site.
You can see them all going towards mid for the time being, and the sad life is unfortunately going to get taken out. Roshi is going to get the better of them. Gets tagged quite a fair bit, though, so they'll have to be careful going on forward, as it looks like they're going to start going back towards that A slot, or are they rotating back towards B? It looks like they actually are rotating back towards B.
Interesting decision. B has always been such a problem for them. Fungi's even going to be there in time as the dart will give away some of that info, and Fungi knows, doesn't want to cede a lot of control there. They still have some nanoswarms. I'm not sure if they have them. They have at least one down somewhere.
30
Someone in the
seconds
back
left.
pocket. Still wary of pushes up mid, knows that could be a problem, and it's always something you've got to keep in mind when you're playing these angles. There's the bot, and there is going to be the lockdown as well, likely coming down in from Fungi, as they really are just playing for control of this. They will be able to get the spike down in time. They've got more than enough to do it. Doritos cleans up Brogy, though, and you know that multiple members of Yaha Blast are going to be forced into the back of this. The detain hits onto one of them as well. This could be the most beautiful push. They're going to spray down one. There's not a lot of time left. They've got to clear it. And just in the back there, 2 remaining. Nanoswarms out from Fungi is an interesting decision to be able to try and deny that player in the corner. There's no one there. Osa has to dash out, has to dodge out. Fudge comes up big, however, and it is the Killjoy again, but this time for Yaha Blast, who's too much to overcome.
I thought I was going to go the same way the last play with this kind of scenario went, where Yaha Blast went for that counter, but it just did not happen. Whereas this time around, even getting one detained, they still managed to get away with it. So, yeah, that is an impressive showing. They're able to hold that out just towards the end, and at least keeps themselves right in this matchup at 5 points to 3. But they know full well that players like Fungi, they need to be taking them down as consistently as they can. They cannot allow them to keep top fragging like this.
I really can't. Shouldn't be getting away with it. Yaha Blast looking scary as well when they move on to that defense as well. If you can have performances like that coming out from your Killjoy. Hunter Suri doesn't find anything yet. It's just Gamma who walks on the site and takes down Raytech. A lot of control here early on for Yaha Blast, and now they convert themselves into a more defensive position. You gotta be scared of your AGSB. You just don't have the same kind of ability to push now that you don't have your duelist alive.
And you can hear them all just starting to tip on over. Nexus at least gets away with that. Do with the side dash in towards the underneath part of the lane. Just about able to pick up anything else in there. They do get caught with the shock as well, those Doritos. But again, able to just about get away with it. They'll spray down one. I think both caught on the reload there, but it's going to be Fungi who comes on up to claim another frag of their own. 3-2 advantage. Roji gets caught in the smoke, and that just leaves Fudge.
Yeah, and with a lot of work cut out for him, really has to take down multiple people and get one through the smoke as well, as the spike is being held just about doesn't make it. And Yaha Blast get another there because of a small amount of time.
I honestly was unsure if that was going to go off, but this time it did go off, and yeah, again, it didn't really matter. Everybody went down because they were all so close to that spike as well, so nobody gonna have any of their equipment. They're having to rebuy pretty much all the way back up. But crucially, Jaha Blast have themselves, well, they've brought this right back into contention, 5-4 now. So again, AGSB started so well, but Jaha Blast are bringing it back.
They really are, and you have to be also worried. AGSB even putting out aggression towards this A site, because that's where they've had a lot of lackluster performances. However, this time Jaha Blast looking towards this B site and feeling themselves somewhat. That's where the spike is right now, but they're not pushing all too aggressively with it.
Yeah, they'll need to be careful. Ray, ran straight into that. And they're not going to get any purchase with those at all, so they'll quickly retreat on back and allow Jaha Blast to maybe make the first boost themselves. Nexus at least gets the pick on Sad Life, takes a lot of damage in the process, but crucially, they at least got away with the kill, so they live to fight another day. Again, Ray caught out with another flash.
Yeah, needs to be a little bit more careful around that one and a little bit more prudent, but hey, at least they have that little bit of power in the mid here. If they can take down Adanaxis, they'll get a refresh, look at everything they potentially need, but getting forced off there by the fault line. Well, good sense, honestly, from AGSB to not get caught out there. However, this lockdown from Fudge will be a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, that'll cover the entire B point, so it looks like they are going to come on out. But Fungi was waiting for them, and guess what's getting up all of the kills? Triple there, and a killjoy of their own. One player does get detained in the midst of it, and it is just one left for Jaha, but Jaha is still trying to do something out of that, but Fungi, my word, Fungi, beautiful.
Honestly, from nothing, making that round happen, Fungi was absolutely huge and instrumental in how AGSB have been strong on this defense. 6-4, though, isn't the kind of scoreline you want. You want to be that little bit higher, and Jaha Blast have kept themselves in touching distance. Now, the fact that they've reset their economy, AGSB are looking to take this one all the way to the bank.
Look at that as well, like 17 kills for Fungi. Like, that is unbelievable. We haven't even entered the second half yet, so they are definitely ones to watch, especially on this side of AGSB. And again, Ray just holding on to the 8 point for the time being. Again, more information, they'll at least take the ball down, but that will give the rest of the information away. Gets the headshot though, which is beautiful, and immediately boosts on out of there. The headshot from Ossa as well, before finally getting taken down by the Omen. But again, it's all kicking off on A.
It really is. Fudge is waiting just right here to maybe try and deny some kind of push or look for that spike plant, but the real problem for them, they just don't have the weapons to work with. There's the Rolling Thunder. It barely doesn't hit on them. This means they have a lot of space to work with, but Gamma just doesn't have the weapons to deny. AGSB pick up another.
And Fungi again, another triple on the board, so that will be another defuse. That will be a 7 points to 4 now is going to be the gap. And again, AGSB just every single time you see Jaha Blast finally start to get themselves back into the swing of things, AGSB find a way to shut them on right back down. And well, that's now 20 kills to 3 deaths for Fungi as we enter the match before the second half.
It has been close. In AGSB, they have the operator, they have everything they need to be able to secure this. Not too far away from some of those ults as well. We've seen how strong Fungi can be with those lockdowns. Just looking for that little bit more of an opening could easily open up Jaha Blast. Single frag.
Gather as much information as they can as Eternium just bides their time and waits it on out. And again, we've got the Jet just poking on between themselves at the A point. Ray does have the op back in hand. Doesn't find the first purchase that they'd like to this time round, but it looks like they're thinking a little bit more differently about this. They're sticking towards mid at the moment, so still wondering which way they're going to push this. And in fact, they're very much all rotating back towards mid at the moment, so well, AGSB, they have the lead. They know Jaha Blast has to come to them, and the spokes are finally being deployed, and here comes the flash.
Sad Life is in a great position to get this flash off here, but the Rolling Thunder, well, that's going to be the real problem for AGSB right now. They're forced off those angles. And a lot of site control yet again, almost instantaneously. Jaha Blast still looking for those frags, knowing there's going to be a player here, but how do you deal with Adonexus? And Raytech just cannot find the right angle. Smoke's down as well. Even more of their sightlines to sprays. Don't quite find anything yet. They're checking for players underneath. Yaha Blaster still waiting here. The info could have led to something. The Nexus a little bit slow on the update.
Oh, Ray just unfortunately get caught right in the midst of all of that, and Nexus again just waiting here. Yaha Blast already put it down the time nicely, but the op finally finds its well, actually it wasn't the op, it was Fungi. Fungi got a double in the midst of all of that. Also and Ray finally get a purchase of their own, and the Killjoy goes out as well. Eternium gets 2. And the defuse should just about happen. It does, but wow, what a finish that was.
Beautiful stuff. This time AGSB not quite pipped at the post by that timing. 36 seconds were in it. Sorry, well, 0.36 seconds, sorry. Was in it last time, but this time pretty easily confirmed. And, well, Yaha Blast now on that defense. Can Fudge have a pop-off half like we've seen from Fungi so far? Well, it remains to be seen, but I don't know. Fungi has looked on fire.
Only one word for it. Like I said, look at that. Up to 22 now as we enter the second half. AGSB has a 4-point lead. And again, we see the classics and the ghosts coming out. 2 ghosts coming out for AGSB. And again, for the side of Jaha, Nexus bringing out that frenzy for the Jet once again. So, let's see what Jaha can do in our second missile round of this.
Pistols, the frenzy in hand for Adanexus, just holding this corner. Easily end around those so quickly if teams aren't careful. Dark cover gives a little bit of space and Adanexus slips on into one. What's a player, but that spray not quite landing how they want to. Instead, they lose out 2 players in quick succession. AGSB with the aggression now just pushing onto site. Already getting the spike down. Not just Broji, a beautiful shot like that. He ate a lot taking the shot. Now Fudge completely cut off this angle with the setup already there. Yaha Blast are certainly looking, well, like they're in a very difficult position.
Yeah, and Ray having to quickly take evasive action. It took a lot of damage there. Eternium's going to knock on that door. Not going to destroy it just yet. Finally manages to rinse on through it. And also our Jet just having a little bit of a mini dance as they wait for the rest of Yaha Blast to finally start to make a push up their own. Eternium does at least get a shot in. And look at that and how quickly that turned around. It's just Fungi left with the pistol. They can't quite get the purchase. Now will this be a defuse? I think this will be a defuse.
Broji has the time. A beautiful performance from them. Not even with a ghost. No, nothing. Just a classic and a man determined. Broji picks up the round basically off of the back of their own play.
Yeah, it was really nicely done. It was very calmly weighted in there. Like, AGSB did what they needed to do. They got to the point and got it planted, but they just could not hold on to that control. Just bit by bit, it finally went through, and unfortunately, they were both caught out underneath the ledge as well. The second they turned the corner, Yaha Blast, they absolutely just took that right back onto their side of the field. So, within the pistol round, always a good way to start the second half. The question is, can they keep this momentum going? It looks like AGSB are thinking about that B push, but they're just sticking towards the middle for the time being.
Good default set.
Standing ahead.
Love to see the patience. GSB know, well, we have the run advantage. Just don't slip up too much. We should be able to lock this one out.
Here.
And notice the full well that Fungi consistently just picking on out where they want the rest of their team to go through. They immediately all push in with the pistols. Could not quite get the kill, but they at least get it on Eternium. But Sova also incredibly hurt. One more poke on them will take them down as well. Ray gets themselves a double, but Broji at least manages to shut out Fungi, which is crucial.
Bringing that new skin to bear, Raytech takes down Broji, that all-important player in the last round. Fudge. Oh, he's trying to push shots to range. There's so many of them. Surely if you hold left click, you'll hit some of them. But he doesn't manage to take him down. That's the important part.
Yeah, and it means it is just Nexus on their own. They at least managed to get 1 kill down, but they've got 3 more to rinse on through. Crucially, Jet and Jet and Brim are both very much hurt here at the moment. So it is only really the Omen who has the decent amount of health between the 3 of them, but it's still 3 guns against 1. Nexus knows they've got to be very careful with this as the smokes come up as well.
They do one misstep can easily lead to their demise. They're already peeking out. No angles being held. GSB being a lot more passive than that. The drop on down concussed lands, and Sad Life will clean it up. AGSB put another round on the board, and ever closer to that double digits.
Yeah, manages to bounce back nicely from the pistol round as well. It should give themselves that little bit more of an even play between these two now. Again, Brogy able to find some really good picks where they need them to as well, but you really got to feel for Fudge. Like, it was just like the entire party was there as you turn around the corner. It's just like, what else do you do at that point? It's kind of like damned if you do, damned if you don't.
It really is. So few options. And AGSB are on the rifles and everything now. Blast just sitting there with very little. Adonexus, can you make this frenzy work this time? Last time it was a little lackluster. Didn't really find the frags, didn't find the opportunities that you really needed. And, well, maybe by playing a more passive angle, you can make it work out.
Yeah, but they're also going to run out of time rapidly because look who's adventuring over at spawn.
They're all wrapping around. AGSB need to be quick on this execute. Otherwise, just as you said, they could be in for a world of hurt. Until goes in, Adonexus is playing a more passive angle, doesn't quite get hit by the concuss, but the paranoia will do just that. And they are, able to take down Fungi here. They didn't get the spike for very long. It is a trade back and forth, but you're happy to get that off the back of a frenzy here, honestly. Roshi trying to play that longer angle, but eventually falls to eye like Doritos with that Spectre. And everything going their way. Fudge even forced off as well. Blast just trying to find their way on in here.
Yeah, finally Sad Life goes down, but unfortunately Nexus drops on down as well. It is just Ray, the Jet, left, and they don't have much left in the tank. They only have 6 HP. One hit from anything is going to take them down, and there it is. Fudge gets the final kill. That's a defuse, and that puts Jaha right back into this matchup. So they won the pistol round. They win the 3rd round as well. Nice all 50 work from Jaha. That is 9-6.
Yeah, it was really down to Adonexus really leading the charge there. 2 kills with that frenzy shot. They fell after the second one, but able to trade out so much off of only 500 credit gun. That's just how terrifying it can be. But both teams now able to put up rifles. We're in for a real humdinger of a round.
We certainly are. And everybody getting their rifles on up to speed, everybody up to their full potential on shield as well. But crucially, we already know what Raytech is bringing on into the table. It's the AWP, so going to be a little bit more scary and intimidating to play against the Nexus. Well, they didn't get any kind of push they'd like to, and actually lose a bit of their shield in the process of that. Not the exchange that they were looking to open up with.
Really ain't. You got to be oh so careful. Not lost anyone yet, at the very least. Blast pretty happy to play that little bit more passive, as it has actually worked out for them a lot better. And an Nexus obviously being a key example of that in the previous round.
Going out towards that top mid as well, make that another smoke, trying to still like bait out any kind of attention. And now we are going to have an ult coming on up, pretty much covering most of A, so we are probably going to see push coming on up, and the flash is going to come out as well. Nexus immediately gets the smoke, tries to dash on out of there. It is not going to do so. One player gets detained in the midst of all that. It was probably the Jet anyway, and that surely is going to be another plant. No, it wasn't. It was Gamma, actually. Gamma got detained in the midst of all of that. Not entirely sure how they got caught out.
Stepped a little bit too forward, got caught out, but doesn't go down. That's the all-important thing here for Blast. They still have an ultimate up, and they're not exactly lacking in terms of weaponry. Sure, they got Spectres on a couple of players, but certainly something that can make it work, especially considering they made Frenzies work before Gamma falls. However, now they're going to be lacking a lot of those all-important flashes, and Eternum already tagged up.
Yeah, just could not get out of that in time. The last thing you need. Just managed to put a smoke down on Ozza, so again, just shielding out that archway, but they are rapidly running out of time here. Another flash, so they're going to have to shoot wildly. They just about managed to make it, so 3v3. Operator gets a massive good old pick, and well, that is going to be that. Ray is going to do their best to save that. They should be able to save their weaponry, and that is 3 people up to 1. At least Jaha does at least save 1, but crucially, it's double digits for AGSB, 10-6.
Yep, brilliant position for AGSB to be in now. Hitting those double digits finally, and, well, actually, Brogy was not contesting because they DC'd. But hey, they'll be right back. We're going to have a quick pause to be able to sort that one out. So, I mean, again, we saw great stuff from Yaha Blast to be able to make those retakes happen, but this time they overstayed that a little bit too much. And the ultimate from Fungi, catching out some players as well, means that they just had such an advantage going on into this like second round, and is the real problem between it.
And yeah, unfortunate to see the DC happening, so we are just going to give themselves a little bit of time to get themselves back in. But up until this point, you know, it feels like, again, it's been going back and forth, like with the previous set that we ended up seeing, where we felt like the scores could be closer because both teams getting a bit more comfortable as the matchup progresses. But yeah, they're very much just trading points back and forth, which is all well and good, but AGSB, they only need a couple more points to take that victory, but Yaha Blast able to get some really good picks of their own at the moment. Anybody from Yaha standing out to you at the moment?
Who's standing out to me? I mean, there's been a lot of impressive performances. I think from Yaha Blast, I mean, it has to be Brogy, right? On that Sova. Really impressive performances, great util usage. And yeah, it just really does provide a lot to the team. These Sovas often go underrated, and I think you really need to be keeping an eye on them.
Yeah, they're able to gather a lot more information that I feel like some people sometimes forget about. I mean, obviously, we know how effective the hour darts and whatnot is, but again, being able to utilize the big old bolt as well, like the second that comes out, especially when you've got already so much information gathered and, you know, the rest of your team are coordinating, going, okay, this player, we know this player is here, fire it on out. And obviously, it's really good to help prolong the spike plant as well. But yeah, they're doing pretty okay so far and able to at least bring it on back. They're having a much stronger showing in this second half at the moment. But again, AGSB starts off incredibly well. You know, they've been on fire. I mean, do we have to talk about Fungi again? Because my goodness me, like every single time we see them, they're getting kills left, right, and center.
Yeah, they really are. And absolutely huge stuff. Now they're on the offense. I'm not expecting to do as much, but they're still finding a hell of a lot of frags. It's really, really impressive. But kind of in those post-plant situations, what does it really matter? You're still playing a more defensive angle where that Sentinel can be very effective. And they've oftentimes just been able to lock themselves into those rounds and just kind of play from there. To be fair, only 3 frags so far in this half, but they've all been very impactful and kind of led to something. The ultimate from them was particularly impactful.
And with that, both teams are back in and ready to go. So naturally, Ray is going to be coming up with that operator again. Everybody else with rifles on hand. And now we're going to see what these two teams are going to be able to play with. And my goodness me, Ray, that's how you start.
Add an Nexus, buddy. You can't be that aggressive. And Ray hits, well, a pretty decent shot there to be able to take that down. Now AGSB already going to the side to be execute here, play it more passive. Before start a little bit utility, could afford to wait. So much time left on the clock, and well, we can maybe make that play towards mid as long as we get some good smokes in. Or even rotate over. You can already see Fungi is over there.
The last thing you want is for them to be catching you off guard like that. So already we're going to see, well, to be fair, both teams having their fair share of ults as well. You know, we got 3 on the side of AGSB, 2 on the side of Yaha. It's going to be another trap just quickly out, seeing if they can catch anybody off guard there, but there's nobody waiting this time around. Again, everybody's just kind of like lingering there on the outskirts of A. Are they thinking about going for this push in a moment? You think it was only a matter of time, but it looks like they're starting to throw out smokes a bit more towards the mid. Again, trying to bait out any kind of a reaction, but it looks like nobody wants to go for this. Now the points are going to start coming on up. Gamma gets 1 kill down onto their side, so that's a 4-on-4 situation. There's only 20 seconds left. They haven't done anything yet here, and that's the last thing they need.
Yeah, and it looked oh so good, honestly, for Yaha Blast to be able to find that one. But the ultimate here from Brogy finds so much of value. AGSB are going to be able to get that spike down, but it's 2 versus 4. And the lockdown as well from the defending side. Fungi is going to have to go big here, and Fudge just does not let him get away with it. He's going to be detained, so you need to go quick. Osa gets caught here, and will be going down. No 2 ways about it. Yaha Blast pick up the round off of a series of solid exchanges in the mid.
Thanks.
Yeah, that was really well done. And again, just between the two of them, they're able to get that diffused between them. So 10-7, Yaha Blast bringing it back once again. And despite that opening exchange where AGSB got the initial pick, with that up. They could not follow on with the rest of it, and because it took them so long as well to finally get that push going, by the time it started, Yaha Blast got to play it back, and the rest, well, it just fell beautifully into their hands. And again, as we were addressing earlier, Roji, the second they fire on out with that big old laser bolt, it just completely turns things around again.
It really does. What an impressive performance, honestly, to be able to take it down, because it was looking pretty dire for them. They lost the player early, had an Nexus way too aggressive, and a decent amount of control as well. They managed to force rotates off, but the fact that those players came out through mid, and just that breach, sitting in the corner, waiting with the Spectre, you need to be flashing those. You need to be ready for that. And it just didn't seem like they were expecting players to be playing those off angles, which is strange, because we've seen a lot of that so far.
Yeah, you would think that would be a thing that you would always have a go-to. Like, you would always check that. You'd always be ready for that. So, yeah, an odd moment for them there. But again, they still have the lead. But again, these points are starting to fly onto the other side of the field. Yaha Blast are doing incredibly well to bring this right on back. So, yeah, this is going to be an interesting finish to this match. Of that, there's going to be no doubt.
It certainly will be. It's going to be. I think it's going to be really close. I do think so. I think especially with the way that we've seen kind of both these teams playing, honestly. Obviously, Fungi's been particularly great, but I do think that AGSB have started to slip a little bit on this attacking side. I do think Yaha have started to find their footing. As to kind of be expected, is a defender side of map, especially with a lot of their big fraggers being more supportive players. It just makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, very much makes sense there, and yeah, we'll see what they're able to do at this stage. Obviously, we are thick into the second half. The scores at the moment are 10 to, I think, what was it, 6 or 7 now at this stage. So yeah, a lot to play for here. Obviously, AGSB, they want to be able to get themselves in to the semi-finals. Remember, this is what they're playing for at this stage. They are looking for that top 4 finish. Obviously, it is single elimination as it stands. You can have a look at the bracket yourselves if you are watching in the chat. Hopefully, everybody is having a good time so far. Obviously, we're doing all of this with our wonderful people involved, both here at British Esports and also Global Esports Federation. So, very much hope you are having a good time. Hopefully, you're enjoying yourself as well, Rock. It's been good so far.
Yeah, it's been really good. A lot of close games, closer than you would really expect, honestly, especially kind of in those early rounds. The fact we got Elo and Muscle to have such a great game early on, it's absolutely perfect.
You really couldn't ask for anything else from these teams showing on up, and it looks like we are ready to go straight back on into the thick of things. 10 points to 7 is currently how it's going, and everybody pretty much flinging out their ult immediately. And goodness me, Nexus goes straight in.
That was a disaster for AGSB. Instantly, straight out the gates, getting aggressive like that. Add a Nexus, buddy. It hasn't worked out before, but you know what? Third time's the charm. Great to see, and well, Yaha Blast now has so much control over this round, it's not even funny.
It really isn't. Like 4-3, like that was just immediate. Like we've seen Jet do that a few times already, and it hasn't really gone their way every single time. But on that occasion, my goodness me, they really caught AGSB completely off guard, and now they are slowly making their way towards B. So it looks like this is going to be the call from them. They're really going to have to really get moving, and that is the scatter from the Omen.
Oh, he's going to move on in, but Fudge denies still. Sitting on this more passive position, still looking for a peek. Brochi holding the angle with them. Can they find the headshot? No, Fungi gets the spray. Now Yaha Blast find themselves down yet another player, whereas Fudge is completely routed off that site. And the opening frag seems more than enough now to get AGSB on in there, despite the disaster which started off this round.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, somehow how have they turned this around? What in the world? And now it's just the Gamma left who has to wait out for the Killjoy ult to go on down. They have 2 to take out, 1 on each side. The ult finally is going to drop, so that is going to be done. But they're going to have to really go on out with this. So here comes the flash. And are they going to get the pick? They get 1. It is just Fungi who at least gets damage and gets the kill as well. That's free for Fungi, and that puts it up to 11. How did AGSB turn that around?
It's actually kind of crazy. That was impressive stuff for them to be able to take it after such a disadvantage. But Fudge and Brogy, they just have been working so darn well together, and it's netted them round after round. But it wasn't enough to be able to deal with what Fungi yet again brings to the table.
Gosh, what don't they bring at this stage? Again, just that patience, tucking in that corner. They thought that nobody else was there. They thought they were probably going to be in the back. They weren't. They were on the boxes waiting for them. And Fudge gets a headshot in the midst of all of that. It is a trade in the end, so 4-4, but again, HSB, they won't really mind that too much. Yes, Yaha Blast do have 2 ults on their side, but crucially, it's Fungi picking up rifles and now just starting to rotate back the way they've gone. They at least got 1 trade out, and looks like A is going to be the target.
It does. They're going to be able to throw out the rifle, so nothing the Yaha Blast to try and claim if they push up aggressively into that. Doesn't look like it's kind of their MO right now, but it certainly could have been a good move. It could have been a very sensible one there, as they don't have the best of weaponry. Also just pre-firing every single angle, and well, the rotate's coming on in. They baited everyone towards that A. They don't even check mid. They've got a player moving out to tree here. If I like Doritos gets caught out of guard here, could be huge. Look again, Gamma has played this angle so well before, but Fungi takes him off the board. And now, where do they even go? They're looking like they're going to push into mid here.
Shadows.
Yeah, I was going to say, now that they've got that extra purchase on themselves, it looks like they've got a lot more flexibility. And in fact, they're going all the way into mid now. Now it looks like they are dedicating themselves into B. Now Eternium, again, backs themselves up a little bit, but maybe a little too far. Oh, missed the first shot, missed the second shot as well, and gets taken out by Osa as a result. So that surely will be a free plant for
10 seconds
AGSB.
left.
4 versus
Spike
2,
planted.
that is Spike down. And well, Nexus does have the knives out, and Brochi has to rinse through this door if they want to get any purchase from the center area. Knives will at least claim it on Osa. Smoke comes on out, but they're gonna have to be so careful with this.
Dorito's holding the angle. He wasn't expecting it. Brogy didn't expect a player to be logs. What was he supposed to do about that one? Ada Nexus needs to lead the charge. Has a rifle, has the knives. Doesn't know where they want to invest it. Still knows that there's likely a player towards logs. Wants to clear them out before they move anything more. Takes a lot of damage while it happens. And the wall gets wallbanked to high heaven. It's now match point for AGSB. As Yaha Blast are reeling right now. They have rifles. They have the money. But they've got to step up.
They've got to get that consistency down just a little bit further. AGSB have managed to get 2 on the bounce here. 1 was very much against the run of players. Yaha Blast started so well on that initial point that they conceded there. The second point, again, unfortunately, AGSB had a much better start. The second they got that second elimination, they knew they had the flexibility to go down the mid and choose whatever point they wanted. They went for B and held it spectacularly. So Nexus is going to be the one who is going to get themselves a little bit aggressive here. Can they get any purchase like they did last time round? Well, I'm not entirely sure. Fungi is flinging down so much utility.
Had a Nexus. So aggressive in this position. Given away, to be sure, but no one's going to be able to catch them. That smoke, finding that little bit of space to work with Yaha Blast. Still looking for something here. Ray Tech spots out the player again. Go for that peek again, Brogy. You darn well double dares you.
Well, the smoke does come out, so they're not entirely sure if it's going to be as consistent as they'd like it to. And again, another scat out as Ray quickly doubles on back. It looks like A is going to be the zone of interest for AGSB. And again, they're only looking for that one last point. Yaha Blast have it all to do. Buddy goes out. Eternium has to back it on up a little bit. Gets the smoke out at the very least. But again, that's a lot of information that they're having to concede there. And it looks like Doritos is going to get that plant. And down it goes. So Yaha Blast know it's only a matter of time.
Blinding.
Brogy starting to slip on up to this angle to try and contest Tree with the backup from Eternum here. Right land. There's the play. Fungi gets aggressive and finishes off a key member of Yaha Blast here. They don't have a lot of time to work with. They even lose another. Sure, Gamma gets the refrag, but you know Fungi is still playing spoiler here.
The last thing they need, but Fungi doesn't get the shot this time round. Gamma gets the better of them on this exchange. But again, the operator from Raytech is going to slack the lot of them out of it. Gamma gets a headshot. Can't get any bugs. They can't. Omen is the last one left, but they're not going to defuse that in time. They know it's over. And that
Attackers
is
win.
AGSB hang on to that point for dear life and take this game by 13 points to 7.
Impressive performance from AGSB, brilliantly done by those remaining members on the very end there, and 32 frags for Fungi. Now, I don't know, I'm going to kind of jump the gun on this as we're jumping in with Waxon. Let's talk about MVPs, and I think there's someone who's pretty darn obvious.
Pizza delivery. Yeah, I would like plain pizza, just mushrooms. Yeah, all fungi only. Yeah, that's yeah. Soon, thanks. What a performance from Fungi, ladies and gentlemen. 32 kills, 8 deaths. What is that? A 4.0 KD? I think that's by far the performance of the tournament. We must give it to him. Like, we don't know what other scorelines were off stream, but 32 and 8 on a killjoy. He more than doubled the second player on the server, which was also a killjoy, the opponent Fudge on his killjoy. He was playing stellar, but Fungi was just on a completely different level. He was on a world on his own, and what a performance. 399 combat score. Almost broke the 500, the 400. Unbelievable. Do we even need to ask who the MVP of the match was? Because for me, it was clearly Fungi.
Yeah, I have to agree. Basically, for the exact reason you said, you don't need to mimic them. It's just obvious.
Stellar performance. You gotta wonder, looking at the other teams that are now in the semifinal, because Fungi and his team, SBC Esports, have secured the first semifinal spot, and with such a performance, every other team in the tournament must be on the lookout for them and must be pretty scared about what's about to come tomorrow for them. Would you agree, Leila?
Oh, I'd absolutely agree. And we always talk about how games like these, it is a team game. It's not always about specific individuals. But when you've got a player like Fungi popping off with how they did, I mean, the first half, the amount of times that we were counting to them and they were getting in with the doubles and the triples, it was just like, it was unbelievable to see everything that they were doing there. So yeah, they're gonna be a team to watch in the semifinals. Of that, there is no doubt.
Speaking of the semifinals, which will be taking place tomorrow at 12 p.m. GMT, BST actually now, we have 3 semifinalists already secured. Elo and Muscle, who is waiting on their opponent, they qualified to the semifinal, they have their Sunday spot secured, and now AGSB secured the second semifinal spot against Team Slim Boys. Fantastic. I can't wait to get those matches. But now, in order to see our final semifinalists for tomorrow, we will be having shortly on stream the game between Washed and Question Mark VLR. And all that will happen after a short break.
Thank you. Oh my gosh.
Just until next time. There's nothing wrong with shedding tears to make sure that your side is clear and bring to light all our silly fears.
It's terrific. I'm so proud of you.
just when you forgot, maybe take the time to stop and cherish what we have instead of missing what we had. You only notice when it's gone because to satisfy what you long for, you will have to try again to fill your heart. Please understand, things don't stay forever. You know you've got to make a change. You must admit it feels a little strange to see it in a different way. And even when it passes by, that wasn't how you said goodbye. Just until next time, you'll still be through the falling tears. And now you know your sight is clear. Bring to light all your silly fears.
Oh girl, just say something. Oh baby, won't you say something? No running, you got me thinking about the state I'm in. Going back to that place we met. Yeah, I've been feeling lost somewhere deep within. No, I can't turn back, I need that grin, that loving. You say you want it, baby, take this in. You're feeling spent, but I know you want it, I know you want it. Oh girl, you know what I've been through. I don't know if I can do this on my own, no, no. Oh baby, tell me what to do. I don't know if I can do this on my own, no. I've been drinking, think I'm faded. Way too much, don't think I'll make this on my own, no. Well, fuck it, I'm just saying I don't know if I can go through this alone, on my own. Oh, nah, nah, nah.
Welcome back to the World Connected Series 2021. My name is Wax and I'm joined by Rook and Layla for our final quarterfinal for the day between Question Mark and Washed. Rook, Layla, we've had some very fantastic games today, especially a very close quarterfinal. What can we expect from this final game of the day based on what we've seen so far?
Well, I'm excited to see potentially more solid play. I've heard from a couple of the players kind of mentioned that this could be actually a really solid game, and I certainly know some of the question mark lineup, and they've always been pretty darn good when it comes to individual play. I've seen M4A as well on Washed before, so I do know that there's a decent amount of fragging power here on the squad, and, well, I'm excited to see these two teams go at it, and especially because, well, it's always been a really fun squad, question mark, as they are. A bunch of friends who really do like to just frag out with each other.
Speaking of question mark, we've got a few information about them. Just very briefly, the average age of the team is 17, so very, very young group of players. And according to them, and I quote, "We love an Astra and Astra world." So I guess it's safe to say that they will probably be playing an Astra here, as they did in their first game of the day against Away From My Way. They said they are pretty experienced and have played many T1 and Tier 2 teams. Not much to go off of that, Layla, but they seem pretty confident, and they seem pretty confident in their Astra.
And you always love to hear that kind of confidence coming through as well. I mean, when you're openly admitting that, you love the Astra, then you're always going to assume that's going to come out. And you have to work that into every single map that we're going to be going up against. And I do believe we heard, I think Split is going to be coming up, which is just like, wow, that is there it is. No sooner have I said that, there is the Split. So we're going to be seeing that. And I know we talked about that at the top of the show as we see suddenly everybody of Jack just being casually highlighted on there. But seriously though, it's great to be able to see Split coming on up. Obviously, it has been tweaked and changed throughout the many patches that we've seen, so it's good to see the teams actually picking it here.
On the Wash side, we've got players with a lot of backgrounds in both CSGO, and their captain is a former Fortnite competitive player, so that is going to be very exciting coming into the final quarterfinal of the day. Do you have any predictions looking at the current agent pool? It seems pretty close to one another.
Oh, I'm so glad to see some Sky here. Big fan of it. And, well, if it's not just the agent pool, it's also because I know them and how darn strong they can be. Question mark / Dog Sports, as they also have as their name. I've been really solid historically, so I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to bring.
Well, the final quarterfinal of the day is underway. Layla, Rook, take this one away.
Thank you very much. So yeah, our second quarterfinal is going to be here, broadcast to you live here at British Esports, and it is going to be our last one of the day as well. So, question mark VLR versus Washed, and pretty much already we're seeing what we would expect to see. A lot of the classics, a couple of ghosts thrown in for good measure, and obviously some light armor. So, definitely going to be interested to see how this pistol round is going to go on from here, especially considering the fact that question mark. They've got a lot to go through here.
They really do. They're going to have to push on in when these plays come through. You're going to need to see some aggression here on Split, I do feel, especially towards that mid. But they're giving it up early here, an interesting approach to things. They've still got all the control over Heaven, but this means that obviously Washed all the control over exactly how the rotates are going to happen.
Yeah, and it's always nice to see both teams opting for a Sky here. It's been the first time we've seen Sky all day today, which is always nice as well. So already, Bomb Buddy going to go straight on out. Jaiko knowing full well that there's probably going to be a fair amount to go through here. But again, nobody really caught that and immediately gets baited on out. The second the Bomb Buddy blew up, everybody poked around the corner. There was no missing that target.
And there's the wall and there's the go time. Question mark. Running themselves a decent amount of a Carter just flicks on in, takes him down, and some good backup mean that question mark could actually really look for this retake. That even players, so they feel as well. Skang is trying to play from behind here, but some good right clicks. Eventually runs out of bullets, however. Washed will find themselves a player down, trying to make it happen. A good flash from Alfie buys that little bit of extra time, allows them to play around these angles, but there's the shots again. There they are, the classics! Seem to do all the work they darn well need. Mandeep tries to find this shot. Question mark still don't find it.
Yeah, and Wash crucially get away with that as well. So really good hold there. Everybody just came steaming on through, and yeah, again, every single one of those bullets found its mark. So Wash get themselves a point on the board. So for being able to utilize that Sky just that little bit more effectively there, keeping themselves occupied in that corner as well. And as we head on into point number 2, I don't think any of question mark are going to be spending any money. It looks like they're all just sticking with the classics.
Really well. I think it's a good call here. Don't want to invest too much and get caught off guard, but Wash actually going up to those rifles, full-on rifles here. Try and contest with. Mandy slip on through and maybe find a frag. Every single kill the question mark get is a W for them.
Yeah, that's going to be a spike down as well. So pretty much all of the action happening over at the A side of the field. And again, 2 just lingering on back for the time being. Again, Mandy will finally start to try and find that mark, but unfortunately immediately taken out by Pip. Was Mark going to miss on that kind of range? And again, just waiting for them to make the first move. Everybody has to come to them. That is going to be a triple for Dyer, and that is going to be a flawless once again on the second point. And goodness me, Washed are just flying very high at the moment.
Yeah, sweeping away question mark in that round. No chance for frags at all, but coming on to this next round, you're looking at it and going, well, question mark are able to finally buy up these rifles and properly contest Wash. That first round was ever so close, apart from just a beautiful set of plays from those classics. Maybe now that they've got the weapon advantage, question mark can start to leverage things.
We'll soon find out. Again, Wash really had that nicely on lockdown and towards the end. It's just, again, not afraid to just sit there and let the entire team come to them. Flash going to come out temporarily, but again, Diamond is just not going to be faced by that in the slightest. Immediately head themselves in towards the corridor. The entire top area is on complete lockdown, but again, that is going to be another successful plan.
Planted.
So easily we'll be able to control this if they just play that bit more passive. Pip tries to peek, but there are too many players. They get taken down quickly here. Diamondwood still just waiting in this corner. All that push to come. They know it's going to happen. The nanoswarm doesn't quite land. Alfie sprays from behind, but only finds one. And the fact that this Jet can't get a thing. Now, the last 2 remaining players, they are trapped on site. Staying still just here, trying to walk on through, does get the frag with the spike being diffused here. There's no way you're going to be able to get that one. And question mark do pick up that first round, if barely.
I mean, barely, but hey, they will at least take it. I mean, that was always going to be dangerous. And that flank as well, I completely didn't see that flank coming. But hey, I guess neither did Wash, to be fair. I absolutely caught them all by surprise. So yeah, well held in the end. But yeah, that could have easily gone very, very sour.
Very good. Question mark have just looked strong in some of the games I've seen them historically, but the start did not look good for them. They started off, well, not quite making the frags happen, being caught off guard by a lot of the utility. Now, well, things have started to come back a little bit in their favor. They've got that first round on the board. Every single loss. They lost 3 players in that round. Their economy is not looking so hot, but plays like that with Pip just holding the angle and Benjo not respecting the fact that they've given up so much mid control. Question mark just don't look at home here on Split.
They really don't. And that is going to be a slow push towards A by the looks of it for Wash as they realize they've got the advantage. But having said that, Rox is going to be weighting them down here, so they need to find a way of getting a little bit of distraction and maybe giving themselves a bit of a breathing space to get on through. Diamond's going to get poked a little bit, but crucially managed to tuck themselves into this corner. Rox, again, just going to target it out and wait for the rest of the smoke. This could be devastating if they're not careful, and they do get the poke as well, so can they get any more with it? Cage actually gives them a little boost, but still just about gets away with it.
And that would have been the opening frag they needed to really push on in here. They would have cleared the players off site. They would have found themselves even Stevens in terms of players. But it just wasn't enough. They didn't hit their shots. And well, sometimes that Guardian is like that. You can't spray down. The taps just don't quite land. It's unfortunate. It really is. But question mark. Completely thrown off guard here. Could not win their duels and Washed have really taken control of this.
They're going to get that point for free, pretty much. Question Mark has flat out given that up. Raze does not want to be going down. Is already on the other side of the field. Be careful not to wander on in towards that area. Though, yeah, they're going to tuck themselves into the house and just leave themselves there. So another point for Washed. A little bit of a save for Jakku at the very least. But yeah, already conceding another point. No sooner had they got their defuse of their own, Washed able to just bring that on back and again just lock down that area. And again, that wall play could have absolutely changed. Like, they inadvertently got the high ground thanks to that boost, but just could not get the little accuracy that they needed to be able to convert that back into a winnable scenario.
Saturday, see, it was the right kind of opportunity for them. They just didn't leverage it well enough. And, well, that's the mark of a good team and a great team here. You can be able to leverage those small little opportunities. Jakku just sitting down back here, barely not visible by Diamond.
Again, smoke is going to come out as well, but Jakku again just waits for them, just immediately sprints right on through them, immediately bounces right on out of there. Somebody immediately chasing all the way back to Faye King, but again, Maya now on their own pretty much. They've got their team at least somewhere behind them, and actually with the wall up gets the rest. So does not mind utilizing that, put it back into a level playing field. Now going back towards the house, maybe thinking of a rotate.
I like the Washed are happy to play around the rest of the map, but Question Mark have still got players over towards that A and could easily rotate one quickly. You already see Mandeep starting to hightail it over, knowing that, well, Washed aren't going to stick around for all too long. Now they're looking to play through mid and find those opening frags as Yomoid is really toying with them right now.
Yeah, it looks like, again, another just a quick little shutdown. They've got 30 seconds to get a move on, and yeah, it definitely looks like the A-push is happening. There's still a lot of smokes being popped down in towards that middle area, and now Rox is gonna see them get one of their own, and now Mandeep realizes that it's probably gonna be happening. Immediately goes in for a dive, does not get a single knife out at all. They go down. Will the plan go down in time? It looks like it will. Question Mark. Do lose not one but two players in the midst of it. Make that three. Maya got two of them, and that is a headshot. Make that a triple for Maya. That's a quad for my goodness me.
That was oh so well played, and honestly, if I'm Mandeep there, I feel a little bit hard done by. You take down the Jet, who doesn't even drop a rifle, so you have so little going into that push. When you have the Classic, you just easy pickings, and Ma with a really impressive couple of shots there, again proving just how scary Washed are. I mean, right now, they really do seem to be sweeping away basically anything that Question Mark put up to them.
Right, and this has just been beautiful so far from Washed. We're on another level, it seems. And they're going to try and keep this up as the wall goes up, both for Sage and Astra. And now it's going to be even more to deal with now.
Banjo, still not sure about exactly how he wants to play this. He's obviously got the Astra wall backup, but when that expires, things could look a little bit peaky for them. Question Mark knowing that they've got to invest some ultimates to get back control here, because so far, when they haven't, Washed really have just thrown them for a loop.
Oh, that's not going to help at all. Banjo does go down as Pip does get that up for them. So again, it looks like it's another attempt, and Rox is going to almost get caught by surprise, but actually gets the headshot on the back foot and gets out of there scot-free as well.
Yeah, another flash going in there. Pip deciding not to commit alongside Alfie there, instead looking at the B side. They've already got the wall down and decent amount of control. Should be a good nade to buy some time. There's the play. Jakku has to be oh so careful. He's got the backup from Carter at the very least, so it's not all bad here, but the flash. Pip still wins the duel, and this is Washed, just denying them at every single corner. Rox has to come up huge now to be able to win this round. Their position is oh so easily given away, as I believe that's the 4th kill for Pip.
So we had a quad from Sage, and we've had a quad from Pip as well. That is... what more do you say? What more do you say? Pip and Maya are just... this is what I mean. This is what I mean about this, about any kind of game like this, being very much team focused. You know, it's all well and good of having one individual player consistently popping up, but when you've got two, when you got three just happily coordinating around each other and having moments like that, that's what you want out of a team. And well, this is a great start for Washed here. 5-1 up already in the early goings.
though, to lead them on in here. Good usage of the util here. But, oh, that wall puts Diamid in a very difficult spot there. Jaiku will finish them off the back of Benjo. But with very little weaponry, they at least get a rifle to work with. Wash find themselves, yeah, down a player, sure, whatever. It doesn't really matter too much to them because, well, they've just got all those rifles. They've got the control of these angles. And, well, this lockdown isn't going to find much at all. It doesn't hit a lot of the key angles of this site. In fact, it's just going to be a respawn from Skeng here. Just let this play happen. There's the rocket that could deny it. Good shot there. And they're backing it up with these sheriffs.
Yeah, that's exactly what was needed there, and that is going to be a 3-on-1 situation. Make that 3-0. They'll get the defuse, and goodness me, how quickly that changed.
That was a beautiful round there from Question Mark, being able to take that back, and, well, shout out to Jaiku with the aggression there to drop that showstopper right on into the backline and open things up, meaning that, well, we couldn't see them deny a lot of that push with the lockdown. So much space created. The rest of the team just cleaned on up. Rifles or no, it didn't really matter to them.
With that, it's going to be a point back on the board, so not allowing Wash to get too comfortable, too carried away. But again, having said that, that sniper is coming back out, so you'll need to be very dubious of that, and it's going to be Jacob who immediately quickly hops on straight back down, goes up towards A, and just covered that area off. And to be fair, a good reason to do so. They'll catch sight of the doggo, so they know someone's on the way.
Nothing committed yet. Question mark. Playing more passively, not going to get caught off guard. They've lost control over this ramp's position, but that's perfectly fine as long as Diamond doesn't take down one of these players in heaven. Things should remain relatively watertight. Flash there, hits M4A, gets them the info as well, even though they don't get the flash and the frag. Let's give them info over, and that's one of the key parts of Sky. So much information.
Diamond's going to go floating all the way on up, trying to take the high ground elsewhere. Again, Banjo gets a little bit of tag, couldn't quite get the kill that they were after, but again, it's still a very good little tag, but we'll see a lot of utility. Maybe Alfie is thinking about going in with some more investigative shenanigans, but we are going to have one back towards the middle. Both of our teams being incredibly patient here, not really allowing the big push to happen, but they've only got 30 seconds left to get on with this, and Pip is going to reclaim that spike, and it looks like B is going to be the answer, but the wall comes up as well. Father rinses its through, but can't get anything else with that. Mandeep gets a couple hits in of their own, but Pip crucially gets the elimination and gets the spike down.
Yeah, forgot that they need bullets to shoot the players after they take down the wall, and is caught with their pants down. 2 players on the back site here, though. And, well, Washed have certainly proven to be formidable opponents. Question mark, sure, they have the player advantage, but is that enough to net them the round? Diarmuid has an idea, knows that Benjo's going to push. That's the first, but the operator from Jaiko here splits them off. They know Pip is likely in this position. How do they win this duel? There's the push forward. Oh my, that was
Good
stylish.
Lord.
Even though Rocks hit the shot, you know, Jaiko, I'll give you points for that one.
Yeah, that was just like immediately dashed in and fired in with the shot. Again, granted their teammate was on hand to make sure they got the elimination just in case, but yeah, really nicely done there. And with that, it's now 5-3. Question mark slowly getting back into that as the horns ring out once more.
Turret out.
It's a good look. And Jaiko, still on that operator, something we haven't seen much from Washed at all. I mean, maybe it's not their kind of angle, not their kind of way to play, but it's certainly good to be able to bring it to the fore. I mean, maybe we'll see it from them on the defense as well.
Oh, let's see, and Diamond getting very aggressive very quickly, boosting all the way on up. Rox is going to get a little bit stunned for the time being, but does have it shaken on off. Again, going to reposition themselves, but unfortunately falling down to Diamond, who gets themselves on the board. But it's going to be a very quick trade around as Mandeep gets a couple of headshots to throw. Can't pick up the finish on Diamond, and Pip goes down, and just like that, it's just all-out war in that corridor. It's going to be Question mark, who rinse on through it with 3 survivors.
Question mark starting to find that footing, showing that, well, we aren't quite as, well, rubbish as we started off. We've got a good couple of rounds we can take, and now started to generate those ultimates as well. Oh, so close to 2, and still have the Seekers and also the Res for Benjo as well. decent amount to work with, and well, they've got a lot of mid control here. I think that's the big difference, that they've been playing for mid control, whereas before they kind of just seemed it and watched it.
And Alfie getting as much information as they possibly can, scouting all the way up there, figuring out what they can and cannot do. But again, the confrontation is going to go against Man Deep, who jumps on down. Surely that is another spike potentially coming on up. It's all the way over on B at the moment, as Jaiko is going to get taken out in this exchange. Diamond pushing on massively here, and they are going to take this high ground.
Placing sentry.
3 players, but 2 on that A site, in completely the wrong position. You're going to be able to get the res short to try and keep things even, but it's going to be a full-blown retake to let this happen. Question mark.
Planted.
They've got to find that first frag. Benjo! Sorry, not Benjo, sorry, Rox does just that. Diamoid already off the board. There's still a res for Washed if they want to try and go for it, but he's not in the best of positions. It's going to be very difficult to try and get it happen.
Yeah, question mark getting that res off early on in. At least gives them that player advantage, but they've got to try and keep this up here. They're all slowly pushing on through. They know that somebody is in this corner. There's so much scouting out on here. Double headshot! How in the world did that transpire? They could not quite get any more, but that was unbelievable. They will at least still get the defuse on that, but my goodness me, that double.
That was oh so close. If you're question mark there, you have to be wondering just how close you came. Washed with brilliant set of plays there to almost take it. They got the rotate in, they got those frags in the mid, but the res was there, the plays were there, and a lot of the seekers as well from Mandy provided such a massive amount of cover for them to push out with the flashes. It completely ruined Washed's day.
With that, they've now tied themselves right back level, so right back into this with 4 points in a row. If they can keep this up, that would be beautiful for them, but they know full well they can't get too complacent here. They know full well that both Sage and the Astra are just on fire at the moment with these respective plays. It's going to be Diamond who is going to pop on those knives, immediately scout all the way on up, and that is going to be a smoke. Will they get any purchase with this? Will the smoke actually force them to retreat immediately? That is a very bold and aggressive push from them.
Enemy down.
And that is going to be a headshot for Benjo.
Benjo lands the slow up towards that heaven as well, providing so much time wasted away from Washed. I don't even know if they're expecting this player to be here yet again. He's going to get a chance to reload. Are they going to push him? Washed are still stuck in that mid. They're completely cut off. The wall as well has gone into vents, so they've pigeonholed themselves into this option.
Recovering it.
Oh, Diamond gets the knife on Benjo, so at least manages to swipe that right back down and actually gives themselves an out now as they all quickly bag on the way they came. And now they're going to think about maybe taking this either onto lower B. And yes, they are. They're all going to come through the lower side of things.
30 seconds left.
Well, seems a lot better for them. They still have a way to push on in here. They haven't got the wall, so it's going to have to be a dash and a push. They don't have many smokes to work with, at least in the quite nick of time. Diamoid really pushing this angle. Carter is just waiting there. Sprays him through. Doesn't land anything. There's the right click. There's the backup from Alfie. This went from pretty even, pretty darn close to oh so terrible. Killjoy position does allow them to kind of lock out a lot of control of this map. Spray comes on in, but Diamoid was holding down for oh so long. Back to 2 versus 2. The play is coming. Pip is starting to execute on out here. The Nanoswarms buys that little extra of time. Pip is rushing round. Wasn't ready with the rifle, but Mandy whiffs the shot. It's going to have to be big stuff from Rox here. Doesn't have a huge amount of time to work with. They're going to have to sit on it. They don't have the time. Even if they stick this here, there's the play from Pip. And it's a round again in the bank for Washed.
Now, I was going to say, leaving it very, very late. Got caught by the spike as well, just in the nick of that. So, yeah, that's going to be a full buy now. I do believe that is the last, yep, this is the last point before the half is done and dusted. So, Washed just about able to hang on in there. It was nervy from start to finish, and they all left it for such a long time. But, crucially, Washed hanging on in there.
Really is. Question mark. Down to a small less board of weapons this time. Not quite going to be the weapons that they often want, but a wall. Really aggressive wall from Benjo here. Diamoid, they push through this. Benjo is actually watching for it. I think may have realized that they're going to be playing there. That's a good call for question mark. The flash goes in. Push hasn't come yet. Diamoid still doesn't get them so aggressive. Wash have a lot of time to play with, so they're doing just that.
It's going to be big time ult coming on out then, so Killjoy dropping it where it needs to be. So let's see if they can force themselves some initiative from this. It gives them the time to really start to get on in there. Obviously no place to take it, everybody gets the heck out of there, but the operator is on point. It is going to be the Killjoy who drops on down first. It will be the plant at the very least, but again, another shot. Pip gets in on the action. Finally goes down to Rox though, who gets a double. They get a triple for Rox. Rox just single-handedly saved that match.
Beautiful play there from the Killjoy. Just tipping head after head after head. Guardian, well, when you're hitting heads, it's just as good as a rifle.
What a way to end the... We're ending the first half 6 apiece. Like, I can't stress this enough. If this goes the same way in the second half, I mean, I know sometimes we sometimes with Valorant you sometimes get a lot of one-sided matches. Sometimes the very close matches are very few and far between, but today we've had some very close matches from start to finish, and it looks like this could be the closest of the lot.
It really could be, and it's such a good matchup as well. These teams really have been going at it, and impressive performances from pretty much every player. Shows how high the level is here in the UK. Pretty darn terrifying, honestly.
With that, our second and final pistol round of the day is gonna be underway. The wall out, and so is the slow orb as well. Matt quickly hops on back down to the lower segment. Very much everybody all over the place in terms of map placement. Nobody knows which way they want to be going at the moment. So much utility drop over on A, and a beautiful shot from Maya to kick things off.
They're going to be able to open up that wall as well. But having lost that player, it could be oh so difficult. A good nade! Just Diamoid off. Even got in the wall to try and deny that push there. Before playing around the corner, gets the right click in! The trades back and forth! This question mark. Keep the current pace is washed. If I manage to put them down a player.
Ada will get the spike dropped on down, so it is down at the very least. So question mark have themselves the initiative. It is a 3-2 advantage for Washed at least, and they are both going to tuck themselves right into this corner. These shots have got to count. Good headshot from Carter. Good immediate follow-up as well. So that's a triple for Carter on the board here, and it is just the Killjoy left. They've got 2 to take out. They missed the first. Well, they got the tag on the second. Gets 1. Got a tag on the other as well. Can they follow up with the rest? They can't. It'll be 4 for Carter, who hangs on in there with 26 health.
That was oh so close. It was a nice attempt, honestly, from Skank to be able to pick that one up, but at the end of the day, that Ghost does reign supreme, and question mark will be up on those Spectres, looking to make an impact early on in this half, looking to do exactly what Wash did to them right on back.
Yeah, it'll be great to see that if they can do it. 7-6 is the scoreline as they, ironically enough, both teams trading out the pistol rounds, which is always nice to see as well. So this is going to be frantic from here on out. I definitely feel that as the smoke immediately hop on down alongside that ice as well. It's just the astral thing, but is that going to be first shot missed? The second shot does at least. No, it doesn't tag. It doesn't tag that much either. Rox, however, on the other side of the field is going to rinse on through SK and G. So that is going to give themselves a nice little purchase here. 5 versus 4, and everybody's slowly picking up through. The bomb buddy going to roll out as well. Hip having to quickly get the heck out of there. They know full well this is going to be... Oh no, they're going to A! No, don't go to A!
What is this call here from Washed? Just expecting the vents push to rotate? They know that there's no one going to be pushing on A there because, well, they've got a player up on that angle. Alfie, however, does start off strong, takes down that player. At least a Spike will be able to get on the site here, but they don't expect Mandeep to be waiting here, and he will play spoiler to any sorts of push through that mid there. Yarmood He's going around the corner, wants to get that right
Player
click.
standing.
Oh no! Again, the spray down with a 3K. Mandeep is pretty much locked out the round for their team.
Yeah, it is literally just Maya left. It's a 4v1 situation, and Carter gets the final kill. 2 points in the second half for Question Mark. They lead by 8-6, and this is definitely looking a little bit more comfortable for them here. But again, it is still the early stages. We'll see if they can keep hold of that control as we go into everybody starting to slowly buy on up there. Jaco's still with that ghost on hand, but yeah. This is looking a little bit more comfortable here.
Who needs a weapon when you can use those nades effectively?
Yeah, that is also true.
They can be ever so scary. Doesn't quite have the showstopper yet, but one explosive might do it enough. He's set up here for Sting. Does not want to let that push up and knows it's likely to be something close quarters as both teams seemingly love this angle. The problem is you set up everything in close proximity and the paint shells just completely clear out all of that sentinel utility every single time. We will point out the heads are there though. Easy picking for M4A. And now, question mark, well, I think that's exactly what they're seeing on the screen. What the hell happened?
That is a triple from such a wonderful angle there for the Sage, and well, that is how you answer. That is how you snap back almost immediately. That's a flawless of that, there is no doubt.
What a performance. So darn good from Washed and from M4A in particular. They've really stepped up on this Sage. Not only 15 frags, but 7 assists. They have been such a credit to their team.
Absolutely right there, and it's just, what more can you say? Both of these teams are popping on off. I mean, look at that. So many on 13 apiece. You got Mandeep, Carter, and Pip as well. The only two higher than those, ironically enough, are all on the side of Washed. 8-7 as it stands, but goodness me, you can't have this get any closer, can you?
Jaco wants to push on through here, but as they can't overstep. Getting that lineup ready, and Alfie gonna be on the receiving end of that one, likely gonna shoot it out before it's too much of a problem, but at least gives away their position, tries to peek for info, and I believe does spot them. They walk away there. Gonna pick up the spike, and with that frag in mid as well. A lot of things open to question mark right now. Where exactly are they gonna go? It's a good question, because, well, Seekers give them a lot of info, at least on the position of some of these players.
Yes, it does. They're going to rope on straight down into that middle area. Figuring out what they want to be doing as well. But it looks like all of the action is starting to slowly rotate on over to A. There's a lot of utility pretty much waiting for them, though. And that is going to be 2 down on the side of Washed and 2 down on the side of question mark as well. Pip at least managing to get some of the latter part of that firefight. Alfie at least takes out Jaiko, and the wall again from Benjo comes on up. Will give them enough time. Good headshot from Rox, but the spike is planted, so, well, they know full what they have to do, and that's a good placement for that trap. That might prolong the inevitable, but they are on up through. Let's see if they can follow up with this.
Benji has to be massive here. Doesn't even find the first strike. Diamoid denies that, and at range, Alfie finds another Washed. Not letting question mark go anywhere, keeping the scores oh so even.
8 apiece. Goodness me. They're absolutely dashed right on through there. Like they just again just bided their time. They knew full well that they weren't really gonna have the people still up for them to be able to spread out as much as they'd like to, and yeah, full on commitment into that area, and they absolutely took that straight back from them. So 8 apiece on both sides of the field, and got the speed. There's very little to choose between these two teams.
So is, I mean, they're blown away by both of their Sages. I mean, M4A a little bit more, but Benjo has been on top of a lot of these rounds. Excited to see what they can bring that a little bit more as Diamoid forced away. Alfie's still waiting there, though. Question mark, we've got to be careful if they try and make this execute happen again. We know how problematic it can be.
Again, just waiting for them to poke on out. Just again, all very much spread out, and again, all of the utility mostly dropped on towards that A side. You just see the spokes and everything else just lighting up the screens. Whereas right now, everybody's just kind of just hugging that middle area, Not entirely sure what they want to be doing. Again, leaving the spike unattended back there, waiting to see what they want to do with their rotation. And it looks like B is, well, at least it's at least covered by 2, but crucially, they're not going to have too much time left on the clock if they want to start making a move on here.
They do, and I mean, obviously they've got inferior weaponry, but like, what can you make out of that? They're going to be able to shoot away some of those jellyfish coming towards them. M4A doesn't peek out completely, as knows don't want to contest too much, don't want to get caught off guard, knows their team has a significant advantage even with the player disadvantage. Doesn't want to squander it, not at all. Flash goes in there, Skang has got to be careful. Come on, Benjo's starting to make it happen! Domes! Alfie! And M4A doesn't respond quick enough! Carter takes him down, and now this is time. They can get the spike plant down with so much site control. Washed! Seed everything!
Yeah, Benjo picked up the rifle as well in the midst of all of that, so a 5-on-2 situation here for Washed. And, well, I mean, they won't probably use any of their ults here, question mark. They have 3 ready. They'll have to try and save these for the next point, but yeah, that was almost like a free take for them right there, and it looks like Washed are not going to engage with that. They know full well that is out of their hands. They're going to let this point concede. They're going to save up what they can, and, well, question mark, they are going to have this point for free.
They really do. Question mark. What a beautiful round, honestly, from them. And not even with weapons for the most part, just getting so much value off of that one.
Swarm grenade out.
That is 9-8 for them, and they will all keep so much utility. Obviously, for question mark, they didn't lose anything. In fact, they gained stuff from that since they were able to pick up the rifle as well. Washed, meanwhile, only keep 2. So, damage limitations for Washed at this stage. We're starting to really come under the nitty-gritty here, as they are a point down, having led in the early going. So when they led by 5 points to 1 in the early stages, now it's 9-8. How quickly things can change. They're still not out of this yet, but having said that, look what Diamond has bought. It's the up again.
Love to see it, but can they make it work, especially now they're on defense? We didn't see a massive amount from it on that offense. Changing things up obviously makes a big difference. Hedgehog domes Alfie and already puts a huge gap onto that B site. And I think Washed are honestly looking, going, who do we rotate over? Who can commit to that rotate?
It's going to be Diamond up onto B for the time being. They'll be on their own some over here. Meanwhile, there is a Sage slowly wanted to try and poke something out there. But again, for the most part, it looks like they're all just sticking into mid for the time being. And I think once they realize it's really just the op just poking on out there, they've got a Sage with them as well. But I don't know really what Wash to expect in here. Like, question mark have thought, oh, they could fully commit if they really wanted to. They'll obviously try and play this out a little bit longer as the trap is going to come out from the Killjoy. Mandeep is going to just bide their time and wait for it to sit on out. But SK, they're going to want to try and get this tag. They don't get any damage, actually. In fact, they were the ones who got hit more. And the op is not going to fire either.
And they're just able to finish them off. Beautiful usage of the utility. And that is what the Astra can provide. That amazing amount of Overwatch for the team. Oh, Pip holds strong, however. And that push from question mark is starting to fall apart. If M4A can hold this with him.
One enemy remaining.
They've got to play for it. M4A is just waiting here in the wings to let that happen. The wall goes in. They know exactly where this player is going to be, but he's got to push out. He's got to contest it. Mandeep is watching the angle, loses the duel. Benjo, you got to win this, buddy, but M4A shows up again. And Washed hit themselves up to 9, and question mark, you're going nowhere.
Oh my gosh, and especially with how that entire thing started. It started with a double with the operator going down as well. And then right back at them, Pip gets a double. Everybody trades, and it's just the Sage left who decides, no, I'm gonna go on a bit of a walk around before I defuse this. And we're all square. Once again, 9 apiece. Goodness me, what else do you need to say?
I'm so shocked that these rounds are going tit for tat with situations like that, and the fact that M4A actually clutched that out is insane. Obviously, Pip led into that with a beautiful defense on that angle, but still shocking.
It's gonna be unbelievable here. Like, whatever happens at this stage, both of these two teams are showing up beautifully. Like, every single one of these players have had so many amazing moments, and none more so than Pip and M4, both of them at the top of their team in terms of frags. So yeah, with 4 ults ready to go on the side of question mark, they'll definitely feel like they have the presence to be able to take the lead again, with Washed only having the 2. But again, it just comes down to who is going to get this first poke first. The spike is currently sitting towards the A side, but again, everybody just being such a stalemate in the early goings. Nobody wants to make this first push, but the first hit goes to Diamond this time round. Good shot with the art.
I really thought I was going to be a call-out for a second. I was so worried. Rez comes through. Benjo is able to keep Carter up, but not for long. Diamond goes back for a second, helping, and says, no, stay dead.
Like, if I shot you with the operator, I will shoot you again with the operator. So 4 versus 4 at this stage, with 3 ults still on the side of question mark. Obviously, Mandeep will heal up just a little bit there. And again, biding their time. 25 seconds on the clock. Pip is going to see 1 jump out. And now the bird follows on through. And this is going to be devastating. Gets 2. But crucially, they are going to get themselves taken on out. Rock is going to set themselves up and get that spike planted.
Guys, you need to check your goddamn corners. Question mark, again, getting punished by Pip in that exact same angle. You had a player walk right by him. You had the patience, the poise ready to sit there and just wait for you to walk on by, and have 2 players brought right into their opportunity. The lockdown buys some space, buys some time, but might not be enough. Skeng falls, and still waiting from the same angle is... Sorry, Diamond falls and Skank is still waiting on that same angle, but Rox doesn't let them get a word in edgeways, and question mark are the first ones to hit double digits, but Washed likely to catch them up in just a second.
I was going to say, so far this second half has really been a tale of I win 2, you win 2, I win 1, you win 1. So they've just been trading points back left, right, and center. But yeah, as you say, that was unfortunate. 3 walked in there, and not a single one of them turned to the left. It feel like that sometimes, but yeah, when you're going up against teams with players like Pip and M4 who are so consistent with their shots, I mean, they took 2 down in that entire exchange. You cannot afford to give them that kind of an advantage. So here we go again, and it looks like all of the action this time very much starting on A. And Alfie immediately gets the burb up, and Forger gets taken on down. They get themselves at least 1 on the board, but they're all dropping like flies here as SK gets a shot with the
Spike down A.
I'm genuinely frustrated. Question mark. With a massive advantage in terms of weaponry, seeding player after player after player to pistols. Like, sure, the Sheriff one-shot headshot makes sense, but then you lose to the Ghost as well, you lose to the Classic as well, and you find yourselves at a player deficit. How do you find yourself in this situation? It is mess up after mess up. I need to see them not lose to this, because we know they can win the rounds. We know they can perform well. It just has to happen in this one time. The spray there for M4A forces Benjo into an untenable position. No spike control, no nothing. And a player waiting around the corner with the Bucky. This is just a disaster waiting to happen.
Could be a very quick rinse through if they are not careful about it, and Benjo knows full well they're going to turn this corner and immediately eat lead, and that's exactly what they're going to eat. Thrifty indeed. We are back to square one. It is 10 apiece, and Washed getting away with that with 3 players intact. And that is not what you want to be seeing on the... Well, that's what you want to see to get that tie right back on up there, but for the opposition, not what you wanted at all.
Washed have managed to create miracles in this game, frankly. Be able to bring these rounds back in such dire circumstances. And again, it's Pip and M4A who have been the real perpetrators of said miracles, and constantly just finding so much, like turning 1 frag into 2 and turning 0 into many, many more.
Yeah, consistency is the name of the game. And that's exactly what they bring to that table. And as we head on in to what are going to be some very crucial next couple of points, it looks like the action is slowly starting to emerge up onto B. A lot of utility already dropped over here. as Jaiko and Mandy again just biding their time, and it looks like the fight is going to come to them. They'll get the one headshot. They can't find the second though. So 1 for 1 in the early stages.
Need a good frag, even things up, but there's the res from Washed because M4A has been fragging. Of course, they've got the ultimate ready, and the execute is not even happening anywhere near B as they're just rotating through spawn as the unit spraying from pit means 1 for 1, but there's a rifle in the back. Can't find that trade back, and Alfie even falls as Question Mark have found their way now onto the site. Sure, they're at a player disadvantage because of that res, but
30 seconds
it's
left.
not all doom and gloom. They still have a real chance to pick this one up, especially because you can see a lot of these players just slip into the backside.
Bender is now just sitting there in this corridor and waiting for them to emerge onto this side. Obviously, Rox is tucked into the corner on the long range as well, so Diamond is going to be the first to act. Oh my goodness me! Benjo with a wonderful flick gets 2 for the price of 1, and now it's a 1v1 against the Killjoys, and that timer is ticking on down. And well, if you're up, what do you do at this situation? You're just gonna have to bite it out and wait.
No!
How?
Rox, how do you even lose that? That is a disaster for Question Mark. The round was theirs. They played oh so well. They threw everything out the window when it came to convention. And yet still, at the very last moment, pipped at the post by Skeng. And what a shock as well, because Skeng hasn't been fragging in the same way, often providing that more supportive edge to their team. But their steps up, wins the duel, and Rox must be kicking themselves right now.
That one will hurt. That one will hurt no matter what. No matter how you paint that. That is unfortunate, to say the least. Like, you thought, like, at that kind of range, especially with the high ground, especially with that leverage, you thought that would surely go their way. But no, they managed to bait it out, and it manages to stay. And we got a pause coming on up. So I honestly don't blame them there. Like, their confidence will be reeling, but this is why these kind of pauses are allowed. You know, these kind of things are allowed to happen. They'll just go, like, take a step back. Okay, look, we've been doing incredibly well so far. We've had so many top plays, but we cannot have moments like that again. Just calm it down. Just go back to what works.
Sorry about that. Yeah, no, tech pauses, sorry, not tech pause, tack pauses, that's the one. I don't know why they made those two words sound so darn similar when shortened. Obviously absolutely huge, and it does allow you to mentally reset, and I think after that one you're gonna damn well need it. It's a real issue, and what do we need to see the teams do, really? Because it's just been performance after performance from both sides in face of overwhelming odds, it seems. Can one of these teams finally find that situation where they have the advantage and they don't throw it? Simply.
I mean, it's easier said than done. Like, at any level, and anybody will tell you, like, I've seen so many different tournaments across so many different games, and it's just like, you always feel like you know exactly how one thing is going to go. It's just like, okay, this person is consistently performing at the top. But that's what you have to remember. Like, no matter how high up at the ladder you are still prone to making mistakes, and just these things can happen.
It really can. So you don't want to slip up like that, but in the pressure of the moment, it makes such a difference, especially when you're playing for your tournament life. Obviously, this is best of one single elim, and that can really just afford you single rounds and the entire run. And well, these teams are oh so close; they can taste it. They can see the semifinals sitting over tomorrow. Yeah, and I mean, yeah, I think both of these teams. It wouldn't have surprised me if seen either of them make it, considering the performances they put on so far today.
I mean, again, like we addressed this earlier as well, like with the very first round, where it was like, if this was a double elimination tournament, we would have easily seen another one of these teams make it right back on through. And especially between these two teams, especially you would expect them to be in the top 3 for sure with a performance like this. So, Washed 11, question mark 10, as we go into a very crucial point where if Washed win this, they know full well they have the advantage going into what would be match point. But again, with 2 ults apiece on either side, this could still go either way.
It really could. Question mark and Washed both have 2 ultimates and both have those Seekers, which in the event of an advantage or in an even state Provide so much info to the team. They're going to burst on through and who cares about the concuss for Diarmuid? He's just going to hold it, make sure the push doesn't come, and they've got a backup from M4A as well. Nothing from that ultimate from Question Mark at all. Just a little bit of info.
Sometimes just that little bit of info will change the complexion of a match. And it looks like they are still thinking about going for this B push. They're all still very just lingering in this area.
30
Just
seconds
and
left.
ahhing, but they've only got 30 seconds to go, so they're going to have to commit, and they're going to do it now. Farm Body is going to roll on out. It does get shot down. They'll know at least one position, but having said that, 2 or 1. That's not how Question Mark will have liked that entire situation to go. Washed with 4 up, and that is another headshot, and that will be that. Washed with 3 surviving, and they have 1 more point to win to take this set.
Damn, it was an impressive performance from Question Mark to be able to bring this so close, but Washed has now started to finally get their number. The last 3 rounds have been a rout, honestly. You can't push on in like that. You know M4A and Pip and many other members of this Washed squad will sit on those conservative angles and just play those passive ones as well, and you push on into them and get caught off guard and instantly fall.
And the operator Padilla is going to come out. Will they get the shot? They can't, unfortunately. They got 1 shot off, but they couldn't get anything more than that. So much utility being flung in on point A. But Jacko gets 2. Diam and Pip both going down. Carter dropping on down, as does Alfie. It's a 4-2 advantage, crucially, in the favor of Question Mark.
They do. 4 players now on site. You got to be careful. M4A is still alive, and Skeng, well, clutched it out the last time. They can play well together. This could still be around. Venture has that res, but I don't know how good it is in this situation. They're just not the angles. However, they open themselves wide up to these angles, and, well, Question Mark are not giving up without a fight. They want to keep this on. They want to go to overtime, and they want to take Washed down here in the quarterfinals.
1 point left. 1 point to decide whether we have overtime or whether Washed will win this by the skin of their teeth. It's been back and forth from the entire set so far. That was a 3-point streak in that previous matchup there before Washed finally conceded. So, goodness me, all to play for. 2 ult up on both sides. It's going to be big.
Yes. All goes in. Trying to really cut off a lot of those angles, but it's going to be invested. The lockdown here, potentially. Echo peeks out, but that first frag, Vencho goes down. Diarmuid tries to find it, but there it is. The lockdown finally lands, and Diarmuid head on up to heaven. Doesn't want to get caught off guard in a bad position, so deciding that they want to try and contest a little bit of a better one, but it was a bait. It was an absolute bruise, and Washed had read this. The play just didn't come, and now Question Mark, they're walking into a death trap.
Yeah, this is not gonna go well here because there's already 3 people waiting for them, so this is gonna be interesting. Of that, there's no doubt. Showstopper will come out. They were looking for it, they don't even fire it! They didn't even fire it at all! It does eventually go down, but it's a 3v3. So, somewhat balanced, but the spike is down. They should be able to pick that back on up and maybe get the plant in the midst of all of this, but I'm not entirely sure either team were happy with that exchange.
You will not kill my
The lockdown's still here. The res comes on into Mandeep. 30 seconds on the clock.
30 seconds left.
Can play passive for now. They can play for the retake, and there it is, Skeng. Giving themselves the timing that they need, as much as they need. And now, Question Mark have got to be careful. They're upper player, sure, but these angles might not work out from the turret. He's got in position. Aggression from Carter, but punished by Diarmuid. Pops the knives. Wants to go for it here. There's no one on site. He realizes that now, but there's the nanoswarm. Forces them forward. Alfie has started to provide a buffer for them, but Mandeep is right here and pushes on through. Diarmuid has to be oh so careful. Doesn't know where Mandeep is coming from. The shots ring true, and Question Mark will take us to overtime here. Washed are going nowhere.
Wow, that's exactly what you wanted. That's exactly what you needed. Overtime. We saved the best to last indeed on this stream, so strap yourselves in. This is gonna be a bumpy ride.
Placing sentry.
Question Mark. Finally taken around, and well, taken all the way to the bank in a pretty dominant fashion as well. Things are looking up for them. They've got the momentum. Will Wash to be able to deny them? Obviously, we're going to see different sides as well, side swap. How impactful will that be? Well, obviously, teams won't have as many ultimates as we've seen dictate some of these previous rounds.
And obviously, on top of that, both halves ended with a tied set. So it's like, it's going to be very hard to pick between them. They are just consistently trading back and forth. So that is how close these have been from the get-go. And again, each of them making their fair share of mistakes. So we'll see what they can bring to the table on this. Obviously, they all come out with pretty much an even pool. So we'll see how this plays, but it's going to be Jacko who goes down first for question mark. So Washed with the player advantage early on in, but can they maintain that? The answer is no, because Carter and Banjo are going to pick. And oh my goodness me, the kills are just happening before I can even say anything.
Skeng expects it. The wall. Oh, Carter! You can't quite make it through that one. Needs to try and maybe breathe in a little bit to slip on through there, but the wall is almost expired, and now the push could come, but Skeng is covering it. He knows that if he tries to do that, it could be oh so problematic. Flash goes in, actually hits Carter there more than anything else. Skeng, I'm not sure of how they're going to do this. The round goes to question mark, and they're back on the attack now with match point in their hands. Will Wash to be able to stop them?
Match point.
That's a question we are going to see answered. They have now won 3 points in a row, have question mark. This is what Washed had done up until that match point for themselves. If you remember, they had managed to get to that 12 first, but they just could not find the finishing touch. So, question mark, that pause, it certainly has helped them quite nicely at this stage. But can they keep this up? 1 more point is all that they need, and it looks like it's a full commit to A.
There they are, the stars going on in. They're already just making it happen, not messing around at all. They know they've got to make it happen. Jaiko finds the first and manages to just barely survive. Slips on out. Oh no, Skeng finds Carter, and now they don't have any smokes left. They've got to let this play happen. Alfie can't contest it as they just move on through. They're rocking on in, and now they're playing towards the B side. It was all an elaborate ruse. Diamoid forced off before they finish off anyone more than Jaiko. Is now playing that close angle. The wall coming on in there. The question mark are just pushing in aggressively at every angle. M4A falls, and sure, you're 30 HP, but Diamoid doesn't care. It's going to take you down, and question mark are playing everyone around everything. Skeng is still on the site.
Last player standing.
Oh, and now it's just the Jet. It's just Jet up for Washed, and that is going to be a plan all the way back on A. So Diamond, well, they've got a rifle and a dream. Can they win this in a 2v1 situation? We have one on the zone, and we have one just chilling up back there on the top side of the field. This is going to be a very interesting end to this matchup. The second this drops, it could go to question mark. They're looking up behind. They're going to go for the exchange on the top, but they immediately give themselves away against the wall. So they know they're going to be down. They're going to go down. Question mark have came back to win this by 14 points to 12.
Dogged tenacity was their weapon, and just barely question mark do win it. And what an impressive performance all around. Everyone stepping up to the plate, and it's a little sad to see, honestly, one of these teams go, but at the end of the day, well, that's the way the cookie crumbles. Good stuff from Wash, but it wasn't quite enough to be able to take them to the semi-finals.
Final quarterfinal of the day, first overtime of the day, and what a beautiful game of Valorant we just witnessed. 6-6 on both halves in regular time, going into the overtime, and Washed has to be sent home. They're not gonna make it to tomorrow, but wow, what a fantastic play. Both teams with the Astra and the Sky and the Sage. I liked how both teams were using the Astra and Sage wall on mid to stop the opponents for 40-50 seconds when they were defending. That game was absolutely a story. It was just a story on its own, and it was completely different than, I would say, everything else we've seen today. Would you agree, Rook?
Yeah, it really was, and really stellar play, and kind of gives you a taste of what we're going to be seeing tomorrow. I'm only excited.
I was trying all throughout the game to think, who is my MVP? Who do I think is the standout player? And honestly, I'm not sure, because everyone on the server was just turned on to 100%. But do you have an MVP, Layla?
Oh my gosh. I mean, throughout that entire set, like every single player was doing incredibly well. I mean, the two players that I want to highlight for sure were easily on the side of Wash. Like we had Pip, who was just unbelievable. Like between the Pip and the stage, like every single time you see one get the double and the triple, and then the next point it was Pip. Then on I think between those two, like they were incredible. It's very hard to pick an MVP on this one because every single player on each team had something to go for. But honestly, I think Pip and M4 for me were definitely up there.
Yeah, they certainly performed, and I was so impressed by them. But like, I'm kind of looking towards the fact that even that kind of magic that we saw from them wasn't enough to take it. I think it was really great coordination, and I think somebody was kind of the beacon of that coordination for question mark was Mandeep on that Sky, bringing so many flashes to the fore and playing around with the rest of their team. Really brilliant stuff from them, and that's why they, at least my MVP.
For me, I think I'll have to go to a third option here, and I think for me it has to be Carter. Although he wasn't the top of the scoreboard, but I think he had some very impactful rounds that managed to get his team back in the game and offer us that overtime. And that's why I think for me Carter was the standout player of that entire series, but just barely over M4 on the stage, who was absolutely incredible as well. I enjoy that to the fullest. Absolutely beautiful performance, but that means only one thing. We now have our semifinals set for tomorrow. In the first semifinal of the day, starting at 12 p.m., we will have Elon Muscle facing the winners of our game we just finished just now. And in the second semifinal of the day, we have AGSB Esports and Team Slim Boys. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Team Slim Boys is the only team in the semifinal we have not seen on stream today.
I'm excited to kind of see what we get from them. I think Slim Boys have a lot of players that I recognize, and I'm super interested to see how they're going to do. I think they're going to be one of the stronger teams that we're going to see tomorrow, because I mean, I think their roster is pretty stacked.
I'm just checking all the results. So yes, tomorrow both of the semifinals will be best of one, and the final will be best of three, like I said in the beginning of the broadcast. Can we expect to see more splits? Can we expect to see more than just Ascent, Bind, and Haven? What can we expect from tomorrow's map pools?
I mean, you've got kind of the best of three, which means obviously we're going to see a couple more maps, right? I think Split, again, is a lot of teams have kind of been really enjoying recently, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that again at the very least.
Also, I want to say, I think 3 of the 4 teams that are in the semifinals are avid users of Astra, if I'm not wrong. So that's going to be exciting to see. Is this where the meta has shifted, at least for Europe, or at least for the UK, Layla?
Definitely feels like it. Like we're starting to see that a bit more consistently as of late. I mean, obviously we did start our initial couple of rounds where we didn't see Astra at all, but the further on into this tournament we've gotten, the more consistent Astra seems to be picking. And I think off of rounds that we've seen today, I feel like it's definitely starting to make its imprint on the meta.
Well, to find out if Astra is the agent to go, or maybe we're going to see some Viper on Euro. We keep on hoping that we might see some of them. But if you at home want to see that, tune in tomorrow at 12 p.m. for the semifinals. Rook, do you have any final words for the stream?
Well, it's sure to be a banger. Definitely tune in.
Any shout-outs you guys would like to make? No, I guess that's all from us. I mean... Fantastic.
You can follow me on Twitter at RookGG, which is my name plus GG. You can do that.
And I guess if you want to do the same on my end, it's at TK_Layla, pretty much on every platform that exists.
Fantastic. Thank you both so much. Both Rook and Layla will join us tomorrow for the semifinals and the finals. I also want to thank everyone behind the scenes at British Esports Association, as well as everyone at Global Esports Federation. I was your host, Waxen. Thank you so much for joining us today, and we will be seeing you tomorrow for the semifinals of the World Connected Series 2021.
tripping.